Chapter 906. Wang Lin hadn't been able to find a way to increase the celestial origin energy in the celestial beings. Every time he used celestial origin energy, it would consume a bit. Once it was all used up, the celestial beings would collapse. Most importantly, celestial essence was the key to studying and comprehending Summon the Rain and Magic Beans soldiers. Summoning the Rain immortal technique was slightly better, but without enough celestial essence, Magic Beans soldiers could not be used or studied at all. This was also why Wang Lin hadn't studied these two celestial spells. At this moment, his eyes lit up and his body flickered. As the black wind surrounded the area, he shouted, "Ta Shan, Senior Yunxi, guard the center. I'll deal with the outside." Wang Lin took a step and merged with the void. When he reappeared, he was next to another mummy. His eyes were filled with thunder as he pointed at the mummy. The mummy suddenly turned around and spat out a mouthful of death aura. There was also a flash of a tattoo that charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned slightly and retreated. He merged with the void to avoid the attack and reappeared behind another mummy. Then he pointed at it with his finger. The moment the mummy turned around, his finger hit its body. The mummy collapsed and a large amount of celestial origin energy spread out. It chased after Wang Lin and entered his body. After killing one person, the surrounding mummies immediately charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light as he stared at the mummies before him. Wang Lin could feel dense celestial origin energy coming from them. However, although these people were powerful when they were alive, now that they were dead, their movements were sluggish and they had no spells. As a result, with Wang Lin's early-stage nirvana scryer cultivation, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill them. However, right now Wang Lin was thinking about how to get the most value. Killing these mummies for celestial origin energy was only one of his goals. Wang Lin had an even bolder idea. His heart raced against his chest. As he retreated, he dodged the attacks from the mummies. He quickly went through the almost insane idea in his head. A moment later, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with determination, and a strange light flickered in his eyes. He had obtained Shimizu's inheritance of Summon the Rain and Magic Bean soldiers. Deep in his heart, compared to Summon the Rain, he preferred Magic Bean soldiers. Although he hadn't studied it in depth, he had gained some enlightenment. This, Magic Bean soldiers, was to imprison the souls of all the living beings that one had killed, preventing them from entering the cycle of reincarnation and using them for one's own use. This was the essence of a Magic Bean soldiers. However, this kind of divine ability was definitely not that simple when one had just started cultivating it. One needed to take out all the people one had killed in one's life in an illusory reincarnation activated with celestial core power. Only in this way could he be imprisoned. More importantly, he needed his own immortal technique, Profound Void. The so-called Profound Void was a spell created by Celestial Emperor Bai Fan. When this spell appeared on Celestial Emperor Bai Fan, it was like a world that he called the Profound Void Soldier World. This world could contain the remnant souls of the heavens and earth, and refine them like a furnace. In the end it became the power of Magic Bean soldiers. However, this world was created by Bai Fan, so it would be difficult for others to learn it. With Shimizu's talent, learning it shouldn't be difficult, but he didn't learn it. Instead, he created his own world of slaughter. He didn't need a place to store souls. He only needed to use his own monstrous slaughter to create a prison. From then on, it would become a world of slaughter. No one he killed could escape his control. Shimizu's arrogance caused his self-created spell to be called the Celestial Spell, Prison of Drawn Ground. This Magic Bean soldiers spell was passed down to Wang Lin. Whether it was the Profound Void Soldier World or the Prison of Drawn Ground, it wasn't something he considered. What Wang Lin wanted was to use his own life and death cycle to create his own reincarnation cycle. Right now, these dried corpses caused Wang Lin's heart to tremble. These corpses weren't without souls. Their souls were fused with their origin souls, and after being imprisoned for countless years, they were fused with their flesh. If he could absorb all of these corpses into his own reincarnation cycle, then when he cultivated magic bean soldiers, he would immediately have a large amount of soul techniques he could use. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. When he stepped out from the void, he pointed at the sky and shouted, "Reincarnation Yellow Springs!" In an instant, it was as if a mysterious force came from the heavens and charged into this place. An underworld river appeared above Wang Lin, and it was filled with monstrous resentment. This underworld river surrounded Wang Lin and moved with Wang Lin. Wang Lin took a step and opened his arms. His eyes were filled with thunder and a vortex appeared between his eyebrows. In an instant, his ancient thunder dragon origin soul charged out and let out a roar. Roar! Using the power of heavenly thunder. This roar was heaven-shaking. Although this was the 17th layer of the Forsaken Immortal clan, this roar caused the entire Suzaku to go through an unimaginable change. Large amounts of thunder clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky toward the Forsaken Immortal clan pit. There were so many bolts of lightning that the entire Forsaken Immortal clan pit was filled with endless lightning. It was as if the pit had turned into a funnel that allowed all the lightning to escape. Not only Suzaku, but even the space outside the planet changed greatly. Large amounts of thunder appeared and charged toward Suzaku like dragons. Endless thunder charged toward Rosefinch within tens of thousands of kilometers of Suzaku. If one looked from afar, it would look like the area outside Suzaku had become a lightning hell. The endless thunder caused a thunderous rumble that echoed across the stars. The endless thunder gathered and charged into the pit in the Forsaken Immortal clan. It was as if the ancestor of thunder was summoning his descendant. This caused the surrounding thunder to charge out without any hesitation. At this moment, all sound disappeared from Suzaku and was replaced by the rumbling thunder. The only thing that remained was the rumble of thunder. This scene was like the end of the world. This caused the expressions of all the cultivators on Suzaku to change greatly. The shock that came from the depths of their hearts caused them to tremble like ants facing the might of the heavens. As for the mortals, they all knelt on the ground. Not only Suzaku, but there was also a small group of hundreds of Luo Tian cultivators moving through space. The person leading them was the six-fingered cultivator. As he moved, his expression changed greatly and he stared ahead. With his cultivation level, he could vaguely feel that the heavenly thunder before him was extremely dense. It was almost unimaginable. His scalp went numb, and the first thing he thought of was when Su Mu used the power of thunder to kill the big-headed boy in the one-line sky. Could it be that Su Mu is up ahead? Forget it, let's change directions and avoid encountering him. The six-fingered cultivator wryly smiled as he changed directions and went around. This thunder was extremely powerful, and a thunderous rumble echoed across the world. It penetrated the first layer and descended layer by layer. In an instant, it arrived at the 17th layer Wang Lin was in. In almost an instant, the 17th layer of the Forsaken Immortal clan was filled with thunder. The intensity of the thunder had reached an unimaginable degree. As this powerful thunder roared, thunderous rumbles echoed across the area. Almost all of the mummies were surrounded by countless rays of thunder. The impact of the thunder caused the entire area to tremble violently. With a bang, one of the corpses collapsed and celestial origin energy flew out toward Wang Lin. The moment it collapsed, the underworld river swept out as if it had extracted the soul from the corpse and fused it with the underworld river. Scenes like this continued to play out in the area. In the end, the intensity of the lightning in the area reached an unimaginable level. Suddenly, all of the lightning collapsed and exploded. This explosion created a powerful storm of thunder that destroyed all of the mummies. Large amounts of celestial origin energy rushed out and entered Wang Lin's body. This caused the celestial beings inside his body to grow like crazy. In just an instant, They had grown several-fold until they were the size of a baby's fist. In addition, as the underworld river filled the area, more and more souls were extracted and absorbed by the underworld river. The resentment inside the underworld river became even stronger. There were hundreds of celestial souls that were either struggling or had expressions of release on their faces. This scene was extremely strange. If a mortal saw this, they would be scared out of their wits. The collapse of all the lightning in the area turned into a thunderstorm, and at the same time, all the lightning gathered at one point, forming an unimaginable force that caused the entire 17th level to tremble violently. With a heaven-shattering bang, the 17th layer collapsed. Rays of light pierced through the ground. In the midst of the collapse, the passageway to the 18th layer was actually forcefully opened. Yunzi stared dumbfoundedly at all of this, and his mind was completely blank. Although he already thought very highly of Wang Lin, he found that he had still underestimated Wang Lin. The spell that could open the 18th layer shocked him greatly, and he was filled with terror. The big-headed boy's body trembled. He had once again seen the spell that killed him in the line of heaven. The impact on him was too great, and he became even more afraid of Wang Lin. Ta Shan was still expressionless, but Lei Ji gasped. The thunder before him made his mind tremble. Not only was he not unwilling to become the mount of such a powerful cultivator, but he also felt a sense of honor. In the cultivation world, the strong were respected. The moment the 18th layer was opened by the power of thunder, the old Taoist on Suzaku that looked like the yellow dragon suddenly took a step forward and disappeared. The 18th layer is not allowed to enter. The yellow dragon appeared, asking for monthly votes. Chapter 907. Just as Ta Shan was about to enter the 18th floor of the Suzaku Forsaken Immortal Clan, an extremely majestic voice echoed across the entire 17th floor. "You can't enter the 18th floor." As this voice echoed, Ta Shan's body was knocked back dozens of feet by a powerful force, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. The big-headed boy was also knocked back. As for Lei Ji, his mind buzzed and went blank. He only knew that his body was being knocked back. Yunzi was the same. His cultivation level was the lowest, so his body was knocked back and he slammed into the wall. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood and his body immediately weakened. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. As the voice closed in, he activated the origin energy in his body and was knocked back several dozen feet. Only then was he able to stabilize himself. His face was pale as he stared ahead. In front of them, the air rippled as the old Taoist who looked like a yellow dragon stepped out. The moment he appeared, a wave of intense heat filled the area. In the blink of an eye, the cracks in the ground were completely sealed. In the blink of an eye, the path to the 18th level was completely sealed. The old cultivator had the air of a celestial and gave off a sense of majesty without being angry. At this moment, his gaze swept by and a powerful aura came from his body. However, the moment this aura appeared, it immediately disappeared and gathered inside the old cultivator's body, giving him a sense of danger. After he appeared, he waved his sleeve. Yunzi, Lei Ji, Ta Shan, and the big-headed boy felt a powerful gust of wind. In an instant, their figures disappeared and were sent outside the Forsaken Immortal Clan. Wang Lin's pupils shrank and hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind. There had to be a reason why this old cultivator had sent everyone else away and left him behind. His eyes lit up and he respectfully said, "Hingyu sect disciple Wang Lin greets the sect head." The old cultivator faintly smiled at Wang Lin and asked, "Who is your sect head?" Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he said, "If Senior doesn't admit it, then Junior has recognized the wrong person." The old man laughed and said, "You're quite interesting. Why do you think I'm the Hingyu sect master?" Wang Lin calmly said, "Junior once went to the demon spirit land and saw a picture with Senior's face in it." The old Taoist pondered for a moment, then laughed involuntarily and said, "Little fellow, don't recklessly recognize the sect leader. How could I have a disciple like Su Mu, the thunder immortal of the Luo Tian galaxy. Wang Lin was shocked, but his expression didn't change in the slightest, and he said in a low voice, "I mistook you for someone else." The Taoist priest's eyes were filled with admiration. He was very satisfied with Wang Lin's reaction and response. His eyes flickered as he said in a deep voice, "Whether or not you recognize the wrong person, we'll talk about it later. Do you know that you almost made a grave mistake just now? The 18th layer is not a place you can enter. Also, you have someone from the Forsaken Immortal clan with you. If he obtains the source, forget Suzaku, even the Alliance star system will face a catastrophe." Wang Lin's expression was respectful. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. It was as if he was seriously being scolded. The Taoist priest looked at Wang Lin. After pondering a bit, he said, "Wang Lin, let me ask you, do you really think I'm the Hengyu sect master? Do you really think you're a disciple of the Hengyu sect?" Wang Lin silently pondered. He felt a lot of regret toward the Hengyu sect. After all, the Hengyu sect was his first sect and the first step into the cultivation world. Wang Lin looked at the old cultivator and calmly said, "The Hengyu sect is Junior's first sect, and Suzaku is Junior's hometown." "Oh?" The old cultivator's eyes lit up and he said, "Since that is the case, then what about the title of the Thunder Celestial Temple's Thunder Celestial?" His voice was like thunder, as if he was angry. Forced by the current situation, Wang Lin and the old cultivator looked at each other. Their eyes were clear without any hesitation. The old cultivator's gaze seemed to be able to see through Wang Lin's heart. After a long time, his expression softened and he said, "Old man, no matter what your identity is in the Luo Tian or how many sects you've entered, there is one thing you must remember. Although you are a cultivator of the Alliance star system, you are a member of Suzaku. You are a disciple of Rosefinch in the Four Divine sect. As long as you don't forget this, I will always be your sect master." Wang Lin's expression was calm and he nodded. The old cultivator seemed to casually say, "This battle for the Luo Tian is a battle for the Alliance star system. It has nothing to do with my Four Divine sect." Wang Lin's expression changed, and he looked at the old cultivator. The old cultivator no longer talked about this matter but looked at Wang Lin. After pondering a bit, he said, "Wang Lin, since you have seen the 17th palace, you must have some speculations in your heart. With your current cultivation level and the help of the old man, you can enter the 18th palace to comprehend. Whether or not you can obtain any fortune will depend on your own luck." As the old cultivator spoke, he didn't ask if Wang Lin was willing. He waved his sleeves and Wang Lin felt a powerful force fill his body. He secretly became cautious, but he didn't resist and still had a respectful expression. The old cultivator took Wang Lin with one step and a powerful temperature appeared. The ground under his feet suddenly turned into something that looked like magma. There was a black flame inside the magma, and in an instant, the flame surrounded the old cultivator. A moment later, the old cultivator disappeared, and even Wang Lin disappeared from the 17th palace. Wang Lin only felt a wave of heat hit him. This wave of heat even contained a trace of source origin. As it spread out, Wang Lin was terrified, but he became even more cautious. Wang Lin's vision blurred for a moment. When he could see clearly, he found that he was in a chamber that was 1,000 feet wide. The surroundings were completely dark, with only a faint flame flickering in the center. This made this place look very gloomy. It was as if there were countless ghosts resting in the darkness or merging with the darkness. They circled the flame and tried to devour it, but every time they tried, they would be shattered by the flickering flame. This place is the 18th palace of the Tattoo clan. That flame is a trace of the source origin of the Tattoo clan. You can try to comprehend it. If you can gain something, consider it your fortune." The old cultivator's voice echoed in the area. Wang Lin pondered for a bit and his gaze fell on the flame. The moment his gaze fell on the flame, Wang Lin trembled. It was as if a mysterious force had rushed out from the flame and entered Wang Lin's body. That ball of fire was filled with a desire for life, a kind of understanding of power. There was even a trace of blood on it. At this moment, the flame began to shine brightly. Wang Lin felt a roar in his head as a large amount of information rushed into his head. There was too much information and it was extremely messy, as if it was endless. It felt like it was going to bombard Wang Lin's head. At almost an instant, a strange light appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. His left eye was the sun and his right eye was the moon. The Tao of Karma immediately filled his body. The yin and yang fishes appeared in his head. As they rotated, a large amount of distracting thoughts were expelled. What appeared in Wang Lin's mind was a shocking scene. At this moment, the old cultivator appeared beside Wang Lin. He carefully looked at Wang Lin and his eyes were filled with admiration. He muttered to himself, "Not bad, this little guy was able to gain enlightenment from the source origin of the tattoo clan. He is someone with potential. After observing him a bit more, I can place him in the rosefinch sequence." At this moment, Wang Lin was completely immersed in a vast space. He saw countless celestials standing on clouds and various magical treasures. Before them were yellow talismans that were tens of feet, hundreds of feet, and even thousands of feet wide. Each of the yellow talismans had many strange people standing on them. Their clothes were similar to cultivators, but they had the Forsaken Immortal Clan's plant tattoos on them. The only difference was the number of leaves on the tattoos. These people all had tattoos flashing between their eyebrows. This was a huge battle. As the two sides clashed, various celestial spells appeared. As for the people with tattoos, their spells were strange and unpredictable. They used tattoos as their main spell, and they could often seal the heavens and earth and cause the origin energy in the world to tremble. Shortly after, an old man wearing a tattoo with many leaves on it, one of which even had a golden leaf, opened his arms and the tattoos around him charged forward. At this instant, space itself began to tremble. The celestials all exclaimed as their bodies were surrounded by tattoos and they immediately lost their celestial origin energy. Just at this critical moment, a ray of black light flashed from the distance. There was a figure within the black light, but it was impossible to see the figure's face clearly. That person took a step forward and immediately began to battle with the old man. A moment later, the person enveloped by the black light grabbed the center of the old man's brows with 2 fingers. With a vicious tug, a ball of fire filled with vitality was pulled out. The moment the ball of fire was pulled out, it collapsed into countless specks of fire and scattered. One of the specks of fire charged at Wang Lin and imprinted itself between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Wang Lin felt a burning sensation on his forehead and his body trembled. It was as if there was a powerful force pushing him back. He was pushed back so fast that it was as if he was pushed back through time. Finally, he felt a bang in his head and he opened his eyes and became sober. The moment he became sober, he immediately looked at the ball of fire. The more he looked, the more he felt that it was exactly the same as the ball of fire between the eyebrows of the old man with tattoos. The scene just now was like a dream, but the burning sensation between his eyebrows reminded him that everything just now was extremely real. Wang Lin subconsciously touched the spot between his eyebrows, but there was nothing there. At this moment, in the Alliance star system, a giant stone was rapidly flying through space toward the western part of the Alliance. There was a person standing on the stone. This person was wearing red clothes and his eyes were ruthless and cold. He stared into the distance and muttered to himself, "Luo Tian, Thunder Celestial Su Mu. You can't be too weak. Do you know who Wang Long is?" He didn't say it directly, but everyone must have known. Seeking monthly votes. Behind him, Reagan and the Toad were chasing each other. One wanted to burst his chrysanthemum and the other wanted to take out his virginity. The two of them were having a lot of fun. Originally, Reagan was secretly laughing as he watched, but as he watched, he found that he couldn't even protect his chrysanthemum. Danger, danger. Chapter 908. Very good. The old cultivator's voice came from inside the chamber. Ripples appeared and the old cultivator walked out. He carefully looked at Wang Lin, especially at the spot between Wang Lin's eyebrows. He calmly asked, "Did you see it?" Wang Lin got up, clasped his hands and said, "I saw some scenes." The old cultivator faintly smiled as he raised his right hand and reached toward the ball of fire. The ball of fire released a loud bang and was caught by the old cultivator. This is formed from the source energy of a peak golden leaf tattoo warrior. Comprehending this source energy will greatly benefit your cultivation. It is also a test that inner disciples of my Rosefinch sect must experience. Once you comprehend it, you can become an inner disciple. With that, the old cultivator seemed to have absorbed a sliver of the power from the ball of fire. His face turned slightly red, and it took a long time for it to return to normal. He waved his sleeves and wrapped them around Wang Lin. Then Wang Lin immediately disappeared. Go do what you need to do. With the old man here, no one can touch this Suzaku. After sending off Wang Lin, the old cultivator's eyes revealed a mysterious light. He stared at his feet and muttered, "The tattoo clan, the old man will definitely open the last layer." Wang Lin came out from a cauldron on top of a mountain on Suzaku. His face was slightly pale as he looked toward the direction of the Forsaken Immortal clan and silently pondered. This old cultivator's cultivation level is very high. I fear he is an old monster on the same level as Master Flamespark, or even stronger. What is his purpose for staying in Suzaku all year round? First of all, I'm sure that the last 2 layers of the Forsaken Immortal clan are one of his goals. Also, I wonder if he knows where the land of the ancient god is. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he quickly left. That person's identity is strange, but I am certain that he is a member of the 4 divine sects Rosefinch. However, what he said earlier was very profound. Forget it, there are too few clues, and it is impossible to guess. It is time to leave. Wang Lin made up his mind. He spread out his divine sense and immediately found Ta Shan and the others. After sending out a message, Wang Lin looked down at the land below him. The matter with Suzaku was over. He knew that he couldn't stay here for too long. After all, Ta Sun was still here. After a moment of silence, Wang Lin let out a long sigh. His body flickered as he shot up into the sky. At the same time, Tashin, the big-headed boy, and Lei Ji flew out from other directions on Suzaku. Down below, on a mountain cauldron, Zhou Wutai looked off into the distance. His expression was one of melancholy. After a long time, he let out a long sigh, turned and vanished. At the same time, at the border of Hofun outside the Sea of Devils, Li Qiqing raised his head and looked at the sky. After pondering for a long time, he muttered, "Little sister. Following him is your choice. Your big brother blesses you." Inside the Cloud Sky sect, Tai Yin awakened from his cultivation. He seemed to have noticed something and looked at the sky. He knew that Wang Lin wouldn't be back for a very, very long time. Wang Lin charged out from the space above Suzaku. A moment later, Ta Shan and the others arrived. Ta Shan merged with the shadow behind Wang Lin. As for the big-headed boy, he had recovered a bit and respectfully stood on the side. Lei Ji's eyes turned, and without waiting for Wang Lin's order, popping sounds came from his body. In an instant, he turned into a giant thousands of feet tall, and a powerful pressure shrouded the stars. The reason the giant demon clan was used as a mount by powerful cultivators was because of their powerful bodies and powerful pressure. This kind of mount was comparable to all demonic beasts. In addition, the giant demon clan's strange bloodline abilities were loved by powerful cultivators. Lei Ji's body trembled and he knelt down on the ground. A thunderous voice came from his mouth. "Master, Lei Ji is willing to become your mount." Looking at the giant body before him, Wang Lin entered a trance. It has to be said that using a giant demon clan member as a mount to travel through space was very eye-catching. Anyone who saw this scene would be shaken to the core. Wang Lin revealed a smile and stepped onto Lei Ji's back. The big-headed boy quickly followed. He was not tall and had a large head. Although he looked ferocious standing behind Wang Lin, it was obvious he was a servant. Lei Ji's body was huge, and his back was nearly 1,000 feet long. Aside from his blue skin, it was very flat. After sitting down, Lei Ji let out a roar and charged forward. Although he couldn't compare to the Thunder Beast, he wasn't slow either. Lei Ji's giant body quickly moved through the stars, creating waves of wind and thunder. The big-headed boy stared dumbfoundedly at all of this and revealed a strange expression. He truly felt the difference between the Alliance star system and the Luo Tian star system. In the Luo Tian star system, there were no giants thousands of feet tall like this, let alone using a giant as a mount. Just thinking about it made him feel incredible, but at the same time, he felt an indescribable feeling. He asked himself if he saw someone riding such a mount, he would have killing intent in his heart. He would want to kill that person and take the mount. A cultivator that dares to sit on such a mount is definitely not an ordinary person. The big-headed boy let out a sigh. He looked at Wang Lin and silently pondered. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. In the distant starry sky, a person had appeared out of nowhere. This person was standing on a huge rock. The surface of the rock was filled with holes, and from afar it looked like a beehive. This person was wearing a red robe and looked like a smear of red in the sky. He had his hands behind his back and his body quickly flew toward Lei Ji along with the rock. The speed of the rock was too fast. As it flew over, it created a sonic boom that set off a monstrous wave among the silent stars. This red-robed man was not very old. He looked to be in his 30s. In front of him, 7 scarlet swords revolved around him, emitting a dense murderous aura. The killing aura was filled with the stench of blood. It filled the heavens and earth, forming a vortex that seemed to turn into a python-like beast above the red-clothed man. It opened its bloody mouth and roared at Lei Ji. A cold and ruthless voice came out from the roar. Cultivation Alliance's slaughter domain, kill Yu Fei. Come, take Su Mu's head. The moment the voice rang out, the speed of the stone under the man in red increased once more. As he rushed over, a ball of red flames appeared from the friction between the stone and formed a high temperature that charged towards Lei Ji. Lei Ji revealed a panicked expression and was about to dodge. At this moment, the big-headed boy looked at Wang Lin and clenched his teeth. His hands formed a seal and celestial origin energy surged. A wave of celestial origin energy appeared around him and celestial spells appeared. The big-headed boy let out a roar and pushed his hands forward. Countless strands of celestial spiritual energy turned into threads and shot toward the giant stone. However, it was at this moment that the red-robed man's eyes flickered with coldness. One of the 7 blood swords circling around him immediately flew out and shot toward Bighead with lightning-like speed. While it was flying, a large amount of red mist appeared on the blood sword. With a bang, the blood sword turned into a person. This person looked exactly the same as the red-robed man. It was obviously an avatar. After the avatar appeared, its hand reached at the void and 7 rays of blood light appeared. The blood light shot toward the big-headed boy with a cold gaze and quickly battled with him. The two of them quickly used spells, causing popping sounds to echo across the stars. However, a winner couldn't be decided in a short period of time. The avatar is at the early stage of Nirvana Scryer. The original body is at the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as the rock closed in. Lei Ji let out a roar and continued to retreat. The shadow behind Wang Lin flickered and Ta Shan walked out. He threw a punch with his right fist. The moment Ta Shan appeared, the red-robed man's expression didn't change at all. However, the second ray of sword energy flew out and turned into an avatar. The 7 rays of blood light surrounded him, and he charged at Ta Shan. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he stood on Lei Ji's back. He suddenly raised his right hand and endless thunder filled the world. Thunderous rumbles echoed as countless strands of thunder condensed. The surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers became a thunder hell. The red-robed man's eyes narrowed and the rock under his feet suddenly stopped 1,000 feet from Wang Lin. He revealed a cold smile and slowly said, "You are indeed worthy of being the true Thunder Celestial of the Luo Tian star system. You indeed deserve the title of Thunder Celestial." With that, he waved his right hand and the remaining 5 blood swords scattered in 5 directions with him as the center. At the same time, the moment the 5 blood swords scattered, there was a series of popping sounds. The blood swords turned into 5 avatars. There were 7 rays of sword energy around each of the 5 avatars, and inside each ray of sword energy was a red flying sword. Almost instantly, the 5 doppelgangers, along with the 35 scarlet flying swords, suddenly spread out and stood vertically 500 feet away from the red-robed man, forming an encirclement. The lightning in the surroundings were immediately attracted by these flying swords and gathered together. However, the strange thing was that all the lightning bolts that were charging over were actually circling around the flying swords. Not a single one of them entered within a 500-foot radius. The rumbling thunder continued to echo, but the red-robed man's expression remained the same. He had a sneer as he looked at Wang Lin. All of the thunder was stopped by the 35 flying swords and the 5 avatars. "Is this all you have?" The red-robed man shook his head with disappointment in his eyes. "If this is all you've got, then you won't be able to escape from me today." There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes and a vortex appeared between his eyebrows. At this moment, the ancient thunder dragon Origin's soul rushed out and let out a roar. Roar! "Something happened at home today, so I updated late. Please forgive me." Chapter 909. He was exercising the power of heavenly thunder. Under the rumble of thunder, the entire star system suddenly changed. Countless bolts of thunder appeared out of nowhere and gathered toward Wang Lin. This scene was heaven-shaking. The rumble of thunder echoed and caused even more thunder to spread. It was like divine retribution. The red-robed Yu Fei's expression changed, and he let out a laugh. However, this laugh was filled with endless coldness. "Good, now you have the aura of a proper Luo Tian Thunder Celestial. It wasn't a waste for me to personally take your head. If you die, you can rest in peace with a smile on your face. Every single person I personally killed is famous." Arrogant. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he pointed with his right hand. The power of thunder became several times denser, and all the thunder within tens of thousands of kilometers gathered. If one looked from above, they would see that this area had turned into a lake of lightning. At this moment, this lake of lightning continued to shrink as the thunder rumbled. The center of the lake was where the red-robed Yu Fei was. The speed at which it shrank was too fast, and as it shrank, it caused even more shocking thunder to rumble. It was as if this place was hell, as if it was the end of the world. The rapid shrinkage caused large amounts of cracks to appear in space. After the thunder, endless cold wind would come out from the cracks. This scene was extremely shocking. As the thunder roared, it shrank even faster. It was as if the area within tens of thousands of kilometers had turned into a circle. At this moment, the circle became smaller and smaller as it condensed toward the red-robed man at the center. As it condensed, the power of thunder became denser and denser. In the end, it reached an unimaginable degree. This kind of power was like condensing all the thunder within tens of thousands of kilometers into one point. The thunder at this point was comparable to divine retribution. At this moment, as it shrank like crazy, there was no longer any sound. Even the 2 avatars battling the big-headed boy and Ta Shan immediately retreated. Their eyes were filled with caution and seriousness. Almost in an instant, the pool of lightning that spanned several tens of thousands of lis continued to gather. Like a huge wave, it crashed into the boundary of 500 feet formed by Yu Fei's 35 flying swords and 5 clones. With an earth-shattering boom, it was as if the entire starry sky was trembling. Thunder that spanned tens of thousands of li compressed and condensed, finally bombarding the flying swords. One of the scarlet flying swords immediately trembled and collapsed. At the same time, the other swords also shattered into countless pieces of lightning that were sent flying. This wasn't the end. The rest of the flying swords all collapsed under this heaven-shattering bombardment and the impact of the tens of thousands of kilometers of thunder. In just a moment, the 35 flying swords had all been destroyed. The power of thunder in the surroundings did not stop at all. With a towering aura, it headed straight for the red-robed man Yu Fei. 500 feet only took an instant. The moment the thunder around him shrank and gathered, the 5 clones turned into 5 large, crimson swords and ruthlessly stabbed 100 feet away from Yu Fei's body. The moment they landed, they were immediately attacked by the condensed thunder and began to tremble violently. Crackling sounds could be faintly heard from them. Yu Fei's expression was still the same as he coldly looked at Wang Lin and calmly said, "I indeed underestimated your power of thunder, but it's still not enough before me." As he spoke, he slapped his bag of holding and an item appeared in his hand. It was a tree branch, and it looked extremely ordinary. However, it gave off a dense, ancient aura. One of the treasures of my slaughter realm, the broken branch of the world thunder tree. The realm lord once said that this item can stop your thunder. I'll let you see how I break your heavenly thunder. As Yu Fei spoke, he threw the branch in his hand. At the same time, the 5 scarlet swords that were blocking the thunder suddenly retreated. The moment the 5 scarlet swords retreated, the power of thunder was no longer blocked. It immediately condensed and shot toward Yu Fei. However, at this moment, all the thunder seemed to break free from Wang Lin's control and unexpectedly changed directions toward the branch. Amidst the rumbling thunder, the tree branch actually absorbed all the thunder that gathered in the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers. Yu Fei stood beside the tree branch with a sneer on his face. The thunder around him seemed to ignore him and didn't injure him in the slightest. All of it poured into the tree branch. This scene caused even Wang Lin's expression to become gloomy. With your early-stage nirvana scryer cultivation, unless a miracle occurs, you are nothing before me. It is time to end this. Yu Fei's eyes were filled with killing intent. With one step, he pierced through the thunder and charged at Wang Lin. Around him were 5 flying swords filled with killing intent as they closed in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin retreated as he stared at Yu Fei and calmly said, "I'll give you a miracle." With that, ripples appeared as he retreated, and with one step, his figure disappeared. Yu Fei was startled and his pupils shrank. The origin energy in his body rushed out and formed a storm within 100 feet of him. However, he still couldn't find a trace of Wang Lin. In the Alliance star system, far away from Suzaku, there was a cultivation planet. The spiritual energy on this planet was very dense, and it was a rank 6 cultivation country. There were 6 rank 5 cultivation countries on this planet. At this moment, in a rank 5 cultivation country called the Luoyu sect, there was a woman standing outside the alchemy room in the back mountain. This woman was wearing a pink butterfly dress. She wasn't old and was very beautiful. There were specks of crystal on her right eyebrow, making her look very cute. Her jade-like skin and cloud-like hair caused this woman to be extremely alluring. "Senior apprentice Brother Wang, are you there? I'm Song Ying." The woman's face was slightly red and her voice was like a lark's. It was very pleasant to listen to. As she spoke, she continued to look inside the alchemy room. There was a person sitting cross-legged in the alchemy room. This person's hair was as red as blood, and his expression was extremely cold. He looked to be around 30 years old, and a cold aura was being emitted from his body. It was as if wherever he was, winter would descend upon that place. The woman's voice came from outside the room. The man frowned and coldly said, "Not here." With that, He closed his eyes and began to cultivate. When the woman outside the room heard this cold voice, she immediately became excited. She opened the door to the alchemy room and walked in. She smiled and said, "Senior apprentice Brother Wang, I won't disturb you for too long this time. I'll sit for a bit and then leave." As she spoke, she arrived outside the room the man was in. She didn't enter but sat down in the lotus position. She could feel the cold aura coming from the room. This aura entered her body, causing her face to become even redder, but she felt very comfortable. Her cultivation method was related to cold energy. Originally, she had been stuck at a bottleneck. There was a place in the sect where cold energy could be cultivated, but with her status, she couldn't enter. However, one time she came here to get some pills. She found that the cold energy in her body had increased a lot. This discovery made her very excited, so she often came here. Slowly, she found out that there was an outer sect disciple here named Wang Lin. This person was a servant in the alchemy room, but she was very curious. Although he was a servant, she had never seen him do anything. She even saw the uncle master in charge of the alchemy room being extremely respectful to Wang Lin. She had a feeling that this Wang Lin had a lot of secrets. This person was very mysterious. With this thought in mind, she didn't know why, but she always wanted to find out these secrets. Adding on the fact that this place was very good for cultivation, she would come here almost every day. As for Wang Lin's coldness, not only was she not afraid, but she wanted to find out more secrets. Every day, she would think about Wang Lin's cold figure. Song Ying's face was rosy as she quietly cultivated. However, this time, her heart was racing, and she couldn't immerse herself in cultivation. She touched the item in her robe and hesitated for a moment. Then she clenched her teeth and softly said, "Senior Brother Wang." However, before she could finish speaking, the door suddenly opened and Wang Lin walked out. The moment he walked out, cold energy spread out. Actually, this so-called cold energy wasn't real cold energy, but some of the spiritual energy that the ancient god absorbed when absorbing spiritual energy. Although to Wang Lin, this spiritual energy was very light, to others, it was very dense. Luckily, this was the alchemy room, a place with dense spiritual energy, so it wasn't too obvious. The sudden appearance of the original body caused Song Ying to swallow the words she was about to say. She gathered her courage and was about to continue speaking when she saw her senior brother Wang take a step into the air and disappear in the blink of an eye. Song Ying's expression was gloomy. She took out a pouch from her bosom. There were some spirit grass inside that she had personally picked and sewn into the pouch. Carrying this thing could help her calm her chi and focus her mind. His original body charged out from the cultivation planet and appeared among the stars. The moment he appeared, ripples echoed before him and Wang Lin walked out with an expressionless face. The avatar and original body didn't pause at all. They touched each other as if they had walked into each other. There was a flash of green light and the two fused into one. After hundreds of years, Wang Lin's avatar and original body fused once more. At this moment, a powerful aura came from Wang Lin's body and filled the stars. The fusion of his original body and avatar, the fusion of an ancient god and a cultivator, caused popping sounds to come from Wang Lin's body. It was as if there were countless bolts of thunder moving through his body. Wang Lin's left eye contained the sun and his right eye contained the moon. His red hair was no longer red. After fusing with his avatar's black hair, it formed a head of purple hair that moved without any wind. The ancient god's star between his eyebrows was hidden by the essence of his third eye, so it was impossible to see anything. "I'll give you a miracle." Wang Lin's cold voice echoed across the sky. With one step, his figure disappeared. Tomorrow, third night, asking for monthly votes. Midnight, first night, asking for monthly votes. Chapter 9-10. Wang Lin's expression didn't change much, but it was filled with calmness. There were some dark lines on his skin, but they weren't obvious. A powerful aura came from his body and spread across the stars. As this aura spread out, a huge wave was set off on the rank 6 cultivation planet. Countless cultivators were awakened from their cultivation. Almost everyone felt their hearts tremble. Just as everyone was shocked, ripples appeared under Wang Lin's feet and he disappeared among the stars. Yu Fei's expression was gloomy and he clenched his fist. When he saw the ripples under Wang Lin's feet, his pupils shrank and he was shocked. Spatial bending. He knew of this spell, but he didn't expect Su Mu to have already comprehended it. It has to be said that very few cultivators he knew could use spatial bending, and it was even rarer among those at the same cultivation level. How could he not be shocked? Moreover, the information he had on Su Mu didn't mention this at all. He subconsciously spread out his origin energy and collapsed. However, after the collapse, there was no sign of Su Mu. Even after he stirred up the surrounding origin energy, he couldn't find Su Mu at all. Yu Fei's expression became even colder. He immediately knew that Su Mu had escaped. As he roared, he suddenly turned around and stared at the big-headed boy who was fighting his avatar. His face was filled with killing intent as he locked his anger and killing intent on the big-headed boy. With one step, he charged at the big-headed boy. "Your master escaped, so I'll make my move on you." Yu Fei was very angry in his heart. This anger was mostly due to a sense of grievance. As a mid-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator, he had allowed an early-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator to escape without being able to chase. This was something he hadn't felt in a long time. Big Head was in the middle of fighting with Yu Fei's clone. His scalp went numb, and he was scared out of his wits. Inwardly, he couldn't help but curse Wang Lin as he backed up in an attempt to flee. However, Yu Fei was burning with anger, so he instantly closed in. With his mid-stage Nirvana Scryer origin energy and cultivation, he pointed with his finger and the 5 red swords around him shot toward the big-headed man. Die! As Yu Fei roared, the 5 red swords whistled through the air. It was as if there were 5 early-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivators. Adding the one from before, there were 6 early-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivators attacking the Big Head at full force. With Big Head's cultivation, how could he resist? Despair appeared in Big Head's eyes, and a wave of madness surged in his heart. He was about to self-destruct his Yuan soul, wanting to destroy one of Yi Chen's clones no matter what. In that moment of deadly crisis, a cold voice echoed out from behind Big Head. "This is Wang's miracle." As the cold voice echoed, Big Head felt his body tremble. It was as if someone had grabbed him and thrown him back. He immediately escaped danger. Wang Lin walked out from the void. His expression was cold as he faced the 6 red swords and threw a punch. The aura of this punch was far stronger than Ta Shan's. There was a heaven-shattering bang, and it was as if space itself was going to be shattered by this punch. This caused a series of sonic booms. The space before Wang Lin actually shattered and countless cracks appeared. A large amount of cold air blew out and landed on Wang Lin, but it had no effect on him. If space itself was like this, then there was no need to talk about the 6 flying swords. Wang Lin's punch landed on one of the flying swords. The flying sword trembled violently and shattered into countless fragments. The fragments turned into an avatar that coughed out blood. Its eyes were filled with disbelief, and it was about to retreat. Wang Lin's expression was cold and gave off an endless chill, as if he was a piece of 10,000-year-old ice. Yu Fei's avatar was at the early stage of Nirvana Scryer, and his original body was at the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer. If they worked together, it would be extremely difficult to kill. Even if he won in the end, he would have to pay a price, so fusing with his original body was the best choice. With one step, he immediately walked out. The other 5 flying swords didn't even have time to catch up before Wang Lin arrived next to the avatar that coughed out blood. He didn't hesitate to throw another punch. A boom rang out, and it was as if the entire starry sky was trembling. The avatar coughed up another mouthful of blood, and a mist of blood erupted from its body. It retreated madly, and after retreating 10 steps, it exploded with a bang. It was completely destroyed. Annihilation. This was a complete annihilation. After killing an avatar, Wang Lin suddenly turned around and walked toward the 5 flying swords. All of this happened in an instant, and Wang Lin moved as fast as a shadow. As he walked, he threw another punch, and this time it landed in the void. However, this punch caused cracking sounds to ring out in the starry sky. A huge ravine was ripped open like a dragon as it charged forward. Before him, a red sword flashed and shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't even look at it as his right hand reached out. The flying sword trembled and wanted to struggle, but in the end, Wang Lin grabbed it and mercilessly squeezed. Bang! The second red sword collapsed and turned into an avatar. Just as it was about to escape, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and countless bolts of thunder gathered. All of them landed on the avatar, and with a thunderous bang, the avatar collapsed and died. At this moment, the other 4 red swords closed in and landed on Wang Lin's body. There was the sound of metal colliding, and an unimaginable rebound force came from Wang Lin's body. The 4 flying swords were knocked back dozens of feet and trembled. This scene caused the big-headed boy to be dumbfounded. He stared at the familiar yet unfamiliar Wang Lin and sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes were filled with terror. The flying swords can't hurt his body. The big-headed boy wasn't the only one who was shocked. Yu Fei's expression changed for the first time, and it was a huge change. Everything that happened just now happened too fast, so fast that he was caught off guard. In the blink of an eye, 2 avatars collapsed. This caused the shock in his heart to reach a monstrous level. With a gloomy expression, he was about to charge out, but at this moment, Wang Lin suddenly turned around and let out a roar. Roar! This roar was the roar of an ancient god. The voice of an ancient god hadn't appeared in the starry sky for a very, very long time. At this moment, it echoed in the starry sky as if it had existed for an eternity. This was the true voice that could split the heavens and earth. Before this roar of an ancient god, even the thunder of the heavens and earth had to yield. Even the starry sky had to tremble. This was because he was an ancient god. Countless years ago, an ancient god that swept across the starry sky and filled the sky. The roar of an ancient god was filled with an ancient aura. All life had to yield before the voice of an ancient god, and all power would collapse. This roar was countless times more violent than thunder. In front of it, what was thunder? What did it count for? The roar turned into an endless storm that swept across the starry sky, creating a crazy impact. Yu Fei had just lifted his foot when the roar of an ancient god closed in on him. A power that caused his mind to tremble violently rushed out, causing him to rapidly retreat. It was as if he didn't retreat, he would be torn apart by this power. His face was pale. To him, the Wang Lin before him was like an enraged ancient beast. That powerful aura forced him to retreat. The origin energy in his body circulated uncontrollably. It was as if he didn't retreat, his origin energy would immediately collapse and he would die. At that moment, his ears were ringing, and everything in front of him seemed to have been cut off from the rest of the world. He could only hear his own heartbeat rapidly speeding up under the pounding of his heart. In the end, the sound of his heart pounding was so loud that his eyes were filled with intense fear. This fear came from his soul, a fear of the ancient gods. For the first time, Yu Fei felt fear. At first, this feeling was only a sliver, but a moment later, it filled his entire mind. The big-headed boy's face was pale, and his mind trembled under the roar of an ancient god. He had celestial origin energy in his body and had become a celestial, but at this moment, he felt like he was an ant. There was also Lei Ji, and his body trembled. It was as if there was a will roaring in his soul. This will was like a real servant seeing his master. He couldn't help but kneel in the void and obey all of Wang Lin's orders. This was the first time he had experienced this feeling in his life. Although he was shocked and filled with awe, he didn't reject it. Instead, He felt a sense of familiarity. If these people were like this, then there was no need to talk about the 4 flying swords closest to Wang Lin. The unimaginable impact caused the world to change colors, space itself to tremble, and the 4 flying swords all collapsed. As they collapsed, countless fragments were pushed back and turned into 4 avatars. Each of these 4 avatars had early-stage nirvana scryer cultivation, but the moment they appeared, they were hit by the impact of the ancient god's roar once more. It was as if a powerful gust of wind blew by with destructive force. The 4 avatars immediately collapsed and completely dissipated. They all died. With one step, ripples appeared under Wang Lin's feet and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was next to Ta Shan. Before Ta Shan, Yu Fei's last avatar was so shocked that he no longer attacked and quickly retreated. However, how could his speed compare to Wang Lin's? The moment Wang Lin appeared, Wang Lin's 2 fingers formed a sword and pointed forward. Endless thunder gathered from all directions, and the yin and yang fishes appeared on Wang Lin's fingers. With one point, the last avatar collapsed. Killing 7 avatars in a row only took a few breaths of time for Wang Lin, but the shock it brought to everyone was like an eternity. Wang Lin's expression was indifferent as he looked at the pale Yu Fei and coldly said, "This is the miracle Wang has given you. Are you satisfied?" Asking for monthly votes. Air Gen had given Wang Lin a miracle and made everyone feel good. Can you give Air Gen a similar amount of monthly votes? Chapter 9:11. Yu Fei's eyes were filled with terror. He could see that this Su Mu's cultivation was very strange. He was clearly only at the early stage of Nirvana Scryer, but his body was unimaginably strong. It could even resist the treasures he had refined with his avatars. This caused his mind to tremble greatly. What made him almost lose his wits was that the roar just now had killed all 4 of his avatars. Even he felt an irresistible fear. At this moment, he no longer had the courage to continue fighting. His body trembled and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His entire body fused with the blood and he charged into the distance. At the instant he fled, the huge stone he had been standing on shattered with a bang. Endless murderous aura spread out, forming a large-scale collapse. It continued spreading out in an attempt to stop Yu Fei from chasing after him. Wang Lin's expression was cold as his right hand formed a seal and pointed at the sky. A powerful gust of wind blew forward and blew away the collapsing stone. He then charged into the distance with one step. Yu Fei's speed was too fast. Blood escape was a life-saving move that would damage one's cultivation. At this moment, he panicked and no longer cared about the gains and losses, so he quickly escaped. However, just as he escaped tens of thousands of kilometers away, ripples appeared in the endless void before him. Wang Lin walked out and threw a punch at him. When this punch landed in the air, it instantly caused the surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi to crazily revolve. Yu Fei's body trembled and he directly coughed out a mouthful of blood. The blood-red light around him disintegrated and he was forced out. With a hint of madness, Yu Fei's hand formed a seal and a ray of blood light flew out from his forehead. This blood light was very dense and gave off a powerful killing intent. Yu Fei let out a roar and turned into a 100-foot sword energy that shot toward Wang Lin. This was Yu Fei's life treasure, and at this moment, he was forced to use it without hesitation. With his mid-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivation, after he threw out his life treasure, he formed a seal and a large amount of blood mist appeared before him. This mist churned and a 1,000-foot-long python appeared. It opened its mouth and attempted to devour Wang Lin. After doing all this, he was still very nervous. He slapped his bag of holding and a large number of magical treasures flew out. All sorts of magical lights flashed in front of him. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence that landed on every magical treasure in front of him. Yu Fei roared, "Kill!" The treasures before him immediately charged at Wang Lin. Yu Fei's face was slightly pale, but he didn't hesitate to retreat. Wang Lin's expression was cold. The moment the red sword from Yu Fei's life treasure closed in, dense spiritual energy came from his body. Wang Lin's body grew like crazy, and in an instant, he turned into a giant hundreds of feet tall. This giant body immediately gave off an ancient aura and a powerful aura. Wang Lin didn't dodge at all as the red sword landed on his body. Wang Lin's body didn't pause at all, but the red sword directly collapsed. If Wang Lin hadn't fused with his avatar, he wouldn't have dared to face the life treasure of a mid-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator. However, now that his avatar had fused with his original body, he could completely resist a mid-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator's life treasure. The dense origin energy in his body also dissipated all the aura from the treasure. As for the giant python that followed closely behind the red sword, it let out a roar and charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was cold as he stepped forward. His right hand reached out and grabbed the python's head. With a squeeze, the python was knocked away. Just as he was about to throw it away, Wang Lin was surprised to find that the python had a soul. Without hesitation, the underworld river appeared around Wang Lin and swept the area with resentment. After casually throwing the python into the underworld river, Wang Lin waved his hand and all of the magical treasures that were charging at him collapsed. When his life treasure was destroyed, the escaping Yu Fei coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his face became even paler. He clenched his teeth, and determination appeared in his eyes. Enduring the pain, he tore off his left arm. As blood gushed out, his face was pale, and he chanted a few complicated and incomprehensible spells. In an instant, the left arm he tore off collapsed with a bang, forming an oval-shaped vortex. With one step, Yu Fei directly entered the door. Su Mu, aside from me, there is another soul killer servant in the slaughter realm. Although your body is strong, you will still die under the spell of the soul killer. Yu Fei's eyes were filled with monstrous hatred as he walked into the vortex. Seeing that Yu Fei was about to escape, there was a flash of cold killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes. His personality had always been that if people didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If people offended him, he would kill them. At this moment, Yu Fei's body had already entered the vortex. The vortex rapidly rotated and became smaller and smaller until it was about to disappear. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and the sound of a cauldron appeared around him. A large cauldron appeared around Wang Lin's body. When Wang Lin's avatar used the ancient god cauldron, he needed to use the seal from the greedy wolf. However, after Wang Lin's avatar fused with his original body, the power of the cauldron was even stronger. Shift. In an instant, a thunderous rumble came from the ancient god cauldron. The rapidly shrinking vortex seemed to be grabbed by a pair of invisible hands and was pulled toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body was also rapidly moving forward under this mysterious force. The moment the two crossed, Wang Lin's two fingers formed a sword that contained the heavenly chop, the might of the heavenly thunder, and the yin and yang fishes. At the same time, his powerful ancient god body and spells that could shatter everything gathered in his finger. His finger pierced through the rapidly shrinking vortex and mercilessly pressed down. In the Alliance star system, in the slaughter realm of the Cultivation Alliance's 2 temples, 4 saints, and 8 realms, an oval-shaped vortex suddenly appeared in one of the buildings that looked like swords stabbing into the void. A strange suction force came from the vortex and immediately attracted the attention of the cultivators in the slaughter realm. Yu Fei stepped out from the vortex. His face was pale and there was still blood coming from his left arm. When he appeared, the vortex behind him rapidly shrank. Seeing that he had returned to the familiar slaughter realm, Yu Fei let out a sigh of relief. However, he was still filled with lingering fear. He looked at the tower and was about to speak. However, just at this instant, an extremely powerful aura came from the tower, and at the same time, an angry roar echoed. "Yu Fei, leave this place!" At the same time, a ray of red light shot out from the tower and instantly closed in on Yu Fei. However, it was still a step too late. The moment that voice rang out, Yu Fei did not stop. He was about to rush out, but at that instant, a fierce aura shot out from the vortex that was continuously shrinking behind him. As it tore through the vortex was instantly pierced through. 2 fingers shot out from the vortex, and with monstrous killing intent, they swiftly pressed down on the center of Yu Fei's back. "It's Su Mu!" Yu Fei coughed out a mouthful of blood. His body was mercilessly thrown back by the powerful impact. As he was thrown back, popping sounds came from his body and large amounts of blood mist came out from his pores. Almost in an instant, his entire body collapsed with a bang. Even his origin soul couldn't escape when it collapsed and was destroyed along with his body. Even his bag of holding collapsed and the items inside scattered. One of them was a branch, but it immediately retreated and was caught by the 2 fingers that came out from the vortex. This scene caused a wave of cries of alarm in the slaughter realm. The ray of red light that flew out from the tower charged at the finger in the vortex. However, the moment it appeared, it immediately retreated and the vortex disappeared. An angry roar came from the red light and it moved even faster. In a flash, a dried-up right hand came out and mercilessly reached toward the dissipating vortex. There was a cracking sound and ripples appeared. The dried-up right hand grabbed half a branch. "Su Mu!" The red light flashed and turned into a person. This person was old and had red hair that covered his face. At this moment, he let out an angry roar. In the countless years of the Slaughter Realm's existence, there had never been a situation like this. One of their own had been killed right before their eyes. This was no less than the other party slaughtering their way into their own territory. Many angry roars came from the various buildings. Many cultivators with dense killing intent quickly appeared. They stared at the spot where Yu Fei died. After a long time, they gradually became silent. This silence created an unimaginable killing intent. It continued to be suppressed as if it was waiting to erupt. The red-haired old man took a deep breath and revealed a gloomy gaze. Shortly after, he waved his sleeves and returned to the tower. After a long time, a cold voice came from the tower. "Kill Su Mu." As for Wang Lin, he withdrew his 2 fingers and his body slowly shrank. In an instant, he returned to the size of a normal person. His expression was cold. Since he had already killed Yu Fei, he had to kill him. Letting him go wouldn't stop the killing, so he had to kill him. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin looked at the branch in his hand and put it in his bag of holding. He had risked his life to get this when he killed Yu Fei, and it would be of great use. With this, I can be safe in the western region of the Alliance. Wang Lin's body flickered and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was on Lei Ji's back. The big-headed boy was nervous, but when he saw Wang Lin return, he let out a sigh of relief and revealed a respectful expression. Ta Shan had been injured in his battle with Yu Fei's avatar. He was sitting on the side and healing himself. Wang Lin sat on Lei Ji's back and calmly said, "Lei Ji, find a hidden abandoned planet. I'm going to go into closed-door cultivation." Lei Ji's voice rumbled as he charged forward and disappeared into the distance. Chapter 9:12. Lei Ji's huge body gave off an extremely powerful aura as he moved through the western region of the Alliance. Not long after, rays of sword energy appeared in the distance. It was a group of Luo Tian cultivators. The person in the lead was one of the 108 Earth Celestials. When he saw Lei Ji's huge body, he was immediately startled and became cautious. Even the Luo Tian cultivators behind him acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Their swords howled and contained spells. Just at that moment, the eyes of the person in the lead narrowed. He saw Wang Lin and the big-headed boy sitting on Lei Ji's back. When he saw them, he sucked in a breath of cold air and took a few steps back. He clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Greetings, Thunder Celestial." Su Mu's name was famous among the Luo Tian people. He had personally witnessed Wang Lin's feat of becoming a Celestial, so he admired Wang Lin a lot. His respect was sincere. Wang Lin nodded slightly and didn't say anything. Lei Ji's speed was like thunder as he passed by these cultivators. It wasn't until Wang Lin was far away that the Earth's celestial cultivator withdrew his gaze. His eyes were filled with envy as he thought, as expected of a proper Luo Tian Thunder Celestial. He actually has such a mount. He wasn't the only one who was envious. The other cultivators around him were also filled with envy. As Lei Ji moved forward, he encountered more and more Luo Tian cultivators. It was clear that this place had been completely taken over by the Luo Tian star system. When these cultivators saw Wang Lin, they all had respectful expressions. When they looked at Lei Ji, their gazes were filled with shock and envy. Most of the Luo Tian cultivators knew about Su Mu's appearance. During this period of time, there were many rumors about Su Mu among the Luo Tian cultivators. Most of them said that Su Mu didn't dare to fight or that he had betrayed the alliance. Su Ting was happy to hear these rumors. He secretly added fuel to the fire, and the rumors spread everywhere. As for the Luo Tian cultivators of the older generation, no one tried to stop them. Furthermore, it was true that Wang Lin had gone missing first, so the rumors grew more and more exaggerated. For example, the words that Su Mu was a rift in the alliance became more and more intense. Along the way, Lei Ji attracted the attention of many Luo Tian cultivators. Some of them looked at Wang Lin respectfully, but there were also many who looked playful, as if they were waiting to watch a good show. One day later, Lei Ji stopped outside an abandoned planet. This planet lacked spiritual energy. Even the Luo Tian cultivators didn't care too much when they occupied this planet and only left a few people to guard it. Wang Lin carefully looked at this abandoned planet. This planet was quite remote. Although it was in the territory of the Luo Tian cultivators, it didn't stop Wang Lin from going into closed-door cultivation here. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin stepped off Lei Ji's body and walked toward the abandoned planet. The big-headed boy and Ta Shan followed closely behind. As for Lei Ji, he shrank his body into a 30-foot-tall man and followed behind them. As they approached the planet, Wang Lin heard roars. Although this planet was abandoned, there were many fierce beasts on it. These fierce beasts often didn't have intelligence and relied on instinct to survive. They were either giant snakes that were dozens of feet long or ferocious tigers with wings. There were many of them, and they were very common. The moment Wang Lin landed, the few Luo Tian cultivators guarding the planet woke up from their cultivation. They hesitated for a bit before flying over on their sword. The place Wang Lin chose was a mountain on the planet. This mountain was very strange. It was almost straight up. It was like a finger that pierced the sky and wanted to pierce through it. After stepping on this strange mountain, Ta Shan didn't even need Wang Lin's order before he punched the mountain. A spell immediately created a cave at the top of the mountain. At this moment, a few rays of sword energy flew by in the sky. The cultivators guarding this place quickly closed in. When they were 1,000 feet away, they clasped their hands and respectfully said, "Greetings, Thunder Celestial." Wang Lin nodded and slowly said, "I'm going to use this place to cultivate a celestial spell. Don't disturb me." These cultivators quickly nodded, clasped their hands, and left. After they left, Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and the annihilation restriction heart appeared in his hand. As Wang Lin continued to place restrictions, there were traces of restrictions everywhere around the mountain. After setting up the restrictions, Ta Shan and the big-headed boy sat down in the distance to protect Wang Lin. As for Lei Ji, he also found a place to sit down. In the past few days, he had felt that his bloodline spell had undergone some strange changes. As he silently pondered, he continued to comprehend it. Wang Lin closed his eyes and the surroundings were quiet. Only roars could be heard in the distance. As he placed down the restrictions, the fierce beasts nearby left. Although they didn't have intelligence, their instincts told them that this place was very dangerous. In this relatively quiet atmosphere, Wang Lin's mind was clear. The two Celestial Emperor spells that Shimizu had inherited appeared in his mind. Summon the Rain, Magic Arsenal. Summon the Rain. The last time Wang Lin used Summon the Wind, he inadvertently condensed some raindrops and gained a hint of Summon the Rain. However, he didn't succeed when he used it again. After receiving Shimizu's inheritance, he understood the reason. Summon the Wind and Summon the Rain were very closely related. The two spells could be used together and superimpose each other. While pondering, Wang Lin spread out his arms and quietly comprehended Summon the Rain. Summon the Rain was to gather the origin energy of the world and make it yours. Then, according to the fluctuations of the spell, it would condense into rain. Each drop of rain contained dense origin energy. It could be said that this was already a part of the rules. While comprehending, the sky above Wang Lin slowly condensed into a large dark cloud. This cloud spread far and wide. After a long time, raindrops fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Perhaps it had been a long time since it rained here. When the raindrops fell, the ground was covered in layers of dust. From where Wang Lin was, it looked like there were tens of thousands of horses galloping on the ground. As the dust flew into the air, it was stained by the falling raindrops and returned to the ground. This scene was very spectacular. Looking at the rain, Wang Lin was completely immersed in it. However, at this moment, the rain in the sky seemed to stop. Two people walked through the air. Before the rain could land on the two of them, it immediately disappeared without a sound and turned into a large cloud. Along the way, the two of them did not get even a single drop of rain on them. "Su Mu, do you know your mistake?" A roar came from one of them. This person was an old man. Wang Lin had seen this person before in the Thunder Celestial Temple. He remembered that this person was the punishment elder of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Beside this person, Master Flamespark's expression was gloomy as he stared at Wang Lin. His eyes were cold. The rainwater turned into clouds around him. There seemed to be flames burning within the clouds, causing him to exude an unimaginable pressure. It was as if with a single thought, the clouds around him could cause the heavens and earth to crumble. What mistake? Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked at the old man. The old man shouted, "The old man wants to ask you, where were you when I, the Luo Tian, fought? What did you do? You are a Thunder Celestial, yet you disappeared before the battle, and you still won't admit your mistake?" Master Flamespark still didn't speak, but his gaze became even colder. During this period of time, his divine sense had spread out, but he couldn't find Wang Lin. As for further away, he had some scruples, so it wasn't convenient for him to search. Wang Lin's expression was still neutral as he calmly said, "I went to kill the Cultivation Alliance's slaughter domain and killed Yu Fei." After he spoke, the old man was startled and Master Flamespark's eyes lit up. Seeking monthly votes. Third night seeking monthly votes. Chapter 9:13. What do you mean by killing Yu Fei? Su Mu, do you think this old man is a 3-year-old child? Randomly coming up with a name, let alone the slaughter domain. The old man's eyes were gloomy as he shouted. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He didn't even look at the old man and instead looked at Master Flamespark. Master Flamespark stared at Wang Lin. The coldness on his face slowly eased and he said, "The Cultivation Alliance does indeed have the Slaughter Realm and the Soul Killer Attendant. However, how can you prove that the Soul Killer Attendant didn't die to your hands?" After Master Flamespark spoke, the old man beside him no longer spoke. Wang Lin's face was expressionless as he slapped his bag of holding and the remaining half of the heavenly lightning tree appeared in his hand. There were even arcs of lightning moving around it. Wang Lin threw it at Master Flamespark. As the thunder rumbled, the branch closed in on Master Flamespark and was caught by his right hand. He carefully looked at it and immediately recognized it as one of the treasures from the Slaughter Realm. With his cultivation level, he immediately felt two forces colliding with it. One was obviously Wang Lin's, and the other was a monstrous killing intent. That's right, it's the Slaughter Domain sword energy of a vice-sovereign of the Slaughter Domain. Master Flamespark's gaze toward Wang Lin was filled with admiration. He glanced at the heaven and earth lightning branch in his hand, then tossed it back to Wang Lin. He smiled and said, "All right, Su Mu, you can cultivate here in peace. In a month's time, when the Luo Tian's reinforcements arrive, you can follow them straight into the northern region of the Alliance." Wang Lin respectfully cupped his fists and acknowledged. As Master Flamespark laughed, he meaningfully looked at the big-headed boy in the distance. Then he turned around and left. As for the old man beside him, he quickly followed. As the two of them walked forward, their figures disappeared into the distance. Wang Lin's expression was the same as usual, but he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. When he came to the western region of the Alliance and entered the Luo Tian's sphere of influence, he already had a plan in his heart. That was why he took the risk to retrieve the broken branch of the heavenly lightning tree during his battle with Yu Fei. It was all to gain the trust of others. Among the stars, Master Flamespark's gratification disappeared and was replaced with an expressionless face. It was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. The old man beside him suddenly thought of something and said, "Lord, I think this Su Mu is obviously lying. Moreover, the big-headed boy is also one of the heaven celestials, but he is obviously being controlled by Su Mu. In my opinion." Master Flamespark turned around and coldly looked at the old man. This gaze caused the old man's body to tremble, and he swallowed the second half of his words. After withdrawing his gaze, Master Flamespark walked into the void. This Su Mu is not simple. There are 4 forces between his eyebrows, but even with my cultivation level, I can only see through one of them. It is obvious that the one I can see through is the weakest. Master Flamespark pondered as he walked among the stars. The one force he could see made Master Flamespark dispel his original thought. He let out a sigh. He was familiar with that force. To be exact, it was Rosefinch's mark. Only someone at his cultivation level could see the mark between his eyebrows. This Su Mu wasn't this strange before he returned to the Alliance. It was only after he went missing that something strange appeared. Rosefinch's mark. That person helped me in the past. Forget it. Master Flamespark shook his head. With one step, he disappeared with the old man. The news of Su Mu's return spread in a short period of time. After all, Su Mu's name was famous across the Luo Tian continent. Soon, almost all the Luo Tian cultivators knew that Su Mu had returned. The most annoyed person was Su Ting. After he heard the news, he pondered for a moment and then charged out with his team of cultivators. He was looking for a cultivation planet to vent the anger in his heart. As for Wang Lin, it was the rainy season on the abandoned planet he was on. The rain continued to fall and shrouded a small portion of the planet. From a distance, it looked like the world was divided by the rain. Even one's gaze seemed to distort, as if they couldn't see through the rain. On the earth, the dust had dissipated and fused with the rain, forming ditches on the ground. As the rain fell, some of the sand was moved forward by the water. The leaves on the plants gave off the sound of raindrops hitting the ground. The rain flowed down from the edges of the leaves and gathered at the bottom. It was like a line that fell like the Milky Way. There were also many fierce beasts that were looking for a place to rest to avoid the rain. Only some small beasts that liked water would travel through the rain in this continuous rainy season. Inside the mist, the mountain Wang Lin was on stood straight. At the top of the mountain, the big-headed boy stared at the endless rain and silently pondered. The restrictive spell on the mountain peak did not specifically stop the rain from falling. As such, the peak of the mountain was also covered in rain. Looking at the rain, Big Head recalled his childhood. At that time, he would always stare blankly at the rain falling from the sky during the rainy season. He still remembered that when he was banished from his family, it was also a rainy night like this. In a daze, he was pushed out of his home and fell into the muddy water. At that time, he still had a silly smile on his face, but this smile was a bit sad. As he fell into the muddy water, his clothes were soaked by the rain. Looking at the lightning and the rumbling thunder in the sky, the big-headed boy's heart ached. He knew that he looked ugly, but in order not to be hated, he always wore a smile on his face. Even when his mother slapped him in annoyance, he still squeezed out a smile. Even when his siblings bullied him, he still smiled. Even so, the result was still the same. In that rainy night, his smile gradually disappeared and he staggered into the distance with a dazed expression. His body was very small, as if he could fall at any moment under the rumbling thunder. The big-headed boy touched his chest and looked at Tasshan and Lei Ji in the distance. Then he looked at Wang Lin. For some reason, there was a trace of warmth in his heart. In his mind, he would never be able to forget that several days ago, when he was about to self-destruct in despair, a pair of hands had pulled him out of that life-and-death crisis. A figure had occupied the world in front of him. Lei Ji was also looking at the rain and comprehending his talent. In this relatively quiet environment, he unconsciously thought back to his past. They were forced to leave Giant Demon Planet with hatred in their hearts. Accompanied by their clansmen, they escaped from Giant Demon Planet and wandered the starry sky in a daze. At that time, he was very confused. There was a sea of blood in his heart, but he was powerless to do anything. He had no choice but to go far away. If he was one step late, he would never have the chance to leave Giant Demon Planet. While confused, he brought his family to Suzaku. At that time, the son of Rosefinch was on Suzaku, and his name was Yiwuyo. Under Yiwuyo's leadership, a large number of cultivators gathered around him and began a great battle with the native inhabitants of the planet, the Forsaken Immortal Clan, who were good at using tattoos. A planet that was originally filled with spiritual energy was turned into a wasteland during this great battle. Beside Yiwuyo was a person that Lei Ji didn't like. He remembered that person's name was Situnan. This person was extremely arrogant and his way of doing things was almost demonic. In comparison, he liked Yiwuyo more. When the Giant Demon Clan arrived, they were treated with great hospitality by Yiwuyo. Yiwuyo didn't hesitate to give a large piece of land to Lei Ji as a gift. This piece of land wasn't close to the Forsaken Immortal Clan, it was very far away and very safe. Lei Ji had no way to repay Yiwuyo, so he could only pick up his axe and kill his way into the Forsaken Immortal Clan. He fought several people and took their heads to repay Yiwuyo. Looking back at his past life, Lei Ji felt very regretful. He wasn't like how he looked on the surface. On the contrary, he was very cunning. After tens of thousands of years of experience, he had seen too many things. It was just that he had been imprisoned by Serene for too long that his mind was a bit blurry. It was because he was very cunning that Lei Ji agreed to become Wang Lin's mount without any hesitation. After many secret observations, he realized that if he followed Wang Lin, he might one day return to Giant Demon Planet for revenge. In particular, during the battle before, when Wang Lin's roar shook his mind, all of his schemes collapsed. The only thing that remained was the will from his ancestors' inheritance that yielded to the will of the person who roared. It was also at that moment that his decision to follow Wang Lin became firm. Just being a mount won't be valued. Everything will depend on my Giant Demon Clan spells. Thinking about this, Lei Ji closed his eyes and continued to immerse himself in his own bloodline. As Wang Lin sat in the lotus position, rain fell from the sky and landed on his body. Slivers of coldness entered his body through the rain as he slowly cultivated. His divine sense spread out with the mountain he was sitting on as the center. His divine sense split into countless fragments as he tried to merge with the rainwater. However, every time his divine sense entered, the rainwater would fall to the ground and dissipate. At the same time, his divine sense would also spread out. This cycle repeated itself. The rain seemed to have no resistance to Wang Lin's divine sense, but it was because there was no resistance that the rain fell to the ground and dissipated. This was something Wang Lin couldn't stop. As his divine sense continued to fuse with the rain, Wang Lin gradually became immersed. Suddenly, he seemed to hear his own comprehension from a long time ago. This rain is born in the heavens and dies in the earth. The process in between is life. The reason I look at the rain is not at the heavens or the earth, nor at the rain itself. I look at the life of the rain. That is life and death. Wang Lin's body suddenly trembled and he opened his eyes. He stared at the rain before him and muttered to himself, I have understood life and death. All that remains is the rain's origin. Chapter 9:14. Wang Lin pondered as he stared at the rain before him. The summon the rain spell from Shimizu's inheritance echoed in his mind. Gradually, his eyes became brighter and brighter. In the end, they were like bright lights in this rainy night. I don't care if this rain is dead or alive. I only need to remember that this rain comes from the sky. Wang Lin raised his head and stared at the clouds in the sky. The rain that covered the earth was coming from the clouds. There are only clouds in the sky. Rain comes from the clouds. As Wang Lin pondered, his divine sense spread out. He no longer fused with the rain, but flew up into the sky and directly into the clouds. As his divine sense spread out, he immediately felt a large amount of origin energy. This origin energy was not stable, but rapidly collided with each other. Every time they collided, large amounts of rain would be squeezed out and fall to the earth. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. His body flickered and he flew up from the top of the mountain. He stepped into the rain as if he was climbing a stairway to the heavens. Step by step, he flew into the sky and merged with the clouds. The moment he entered the clouds, bursts of thunder moved through the clouds and rumbled across the world. However, this thunder was not an obstacle for Wang Lin. After stepping into the clouds, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out even more. As he continued to gain enlightenment, a smile gradually appeared on his face. A moment later, he walked out from the clouds and arrived at the other side of the planet with one step. Here, large amounts of water vapor rose into the sky. This water vapor was invisible, and only when Wang Lin used his divine sense could he barely detect it. As the water vapor rose into the sky, it gradually formed clouds in the sky. These clouds were ethereal and difficult to see with the naked eye. I understand now. With a hearty laugh, Wang Lin stretched out his hands and pressed them towards the ground below. Yuan power spread out from his body, and immediately, the water vapor in the area became even denser. As if it was being controlled, it rapidly gathered from the ground. In the sky, the space between Wang Lin's hands distorted. Moments later, a dark cloud appeared. The moment the dark clouds appeared, they quickly solidified. In the end, a layer of clouds appeared between Wang Lin's hands. Thunder appeared out of nowhere as Wang Lin scanned the area with his divine sense. As it moved through the clouds, Wang Lin's divine sense trembled, and thunder rumbled within the clouds. At the same time, large amounts of rain fell from the clouds. At the Nirvana Scryer stage, one had to figure out rules. Rules were the true power of a second-step cultivator. However, rules were illusory, and it was very difficult to figure them out. This was also why there weren't many second-step cultivators. There were even some cultivators who had grasped the law and their cultivation level had increased, but in the end, they had to stop and their spells weren't powerful. The reason was because they were only passively grasping the law and not actively grasping it. Wang Lin vaguely touched the edge of laws. He revealed a smile and his hands scattered. The clouds in his hands gradually became transparent and disappeared without a trace. As he laughed, he returned to the top of the mountain with one step. He stood there and looked at the clouds in the sky. At this moment, the rain fell from the sky, but when it got within 3 inches of Wang Lin, it turned into water vapor and dissipated. Clouds gradually appeared around Wang Lin's body. This scene was exactly the same as when Master Flame's Park arrived and the rain turned into clouds. However, the clouds around Wang Lin were very thin and unstable. It was as if with just a thought, the clouds around Wang Lin could collapse the world. However, if Master Flamespark's divine sense descended on the planet and saw the clouds around Wang Lin after the rain fell, he would be shocked. This was because this wasn't a spell caused by the origin energy in his body, but a sign that he had figured out laws. This was the power of law. It wasn't intentional, but it changed the space around his body. The moment the raindrops fell, they turned into clouds. These clouds were a type of spell that could be manipulated at will, and their power was endless. Celestial Emperor by Fan is truly a god. Wang Lin let out a sigh. His summon the rain spell came from Shimizu's inheritance. This spell was Celestial Emperor by Fan's spell. When he comprehended this spell, he naturally figured out laws. This was not something an ordinary celestial spell could do. It was likely that very few celestial spells could achieve this effect. The rain comes from the clouds, and the clouds also come from the water. However, if there is no wind, the clouds can't form. Shimizu's inheritance didn't give Wang Lin any enlightenment, but an understanding of laws. As a result, Wang Lin became even more grateful toward Shimizu. I didn't expect Situ to have also grasped laws. A thought appeared in Wang Lin's mind. When Situ Nan appeared from the heaven-defying bead, it was raining. He looked up and shouted, "Scatter for this old man." In that instant, the rain in the sky flowed backwards, forming a large fog that quickly dissipated. Even the clouds in the sky collapsed at that moment, revealing a clear sky. At that moment, he felt an indescribable force coming from Situ Nan's body. The force caused the sky to tremble, as if everything in the world had to yield before it. However, it was just a feeling. After all, Wang Lin's cultivation level was too low. He couldn't have grasped the laws, nor did he have the qualifications to do so. However, thinking back, Situ Nan had clearly grasped the laws back then. Wang Lin let out a sigh. With his current cultivation level, he could clearly see everything in his memories. So everything is like this. As Wang Lin pondered, he thought back to thousands of years ago when he first obtained the heaven-defying bead. At that time, there was a layer of clouds above the heaven-defying bead. These clouds needed to absorb water vapor from the heavens and earth in order to increase the number of clouds. Thinking back, Wang Lin's mind became clear and he let out a wry smile. In truth, many things had always been around, but without reaching that level, one wouldn't be able to notice them. Even if one saw them, they wouldn't understand them. At this moment, Wang Lin completely understood. I didn't expect that it would take me 1,000 years to understand the water part of the heaven-defying bead, and this part is only the most basic form of the heaven-defying bead. Even now, I haven't completely mastered it, I'm just trying to figure it out. Wang Lin touched his brow and his eyes were filled with emotion. He looked at the rain falling from the sky, waved his right hand and softly said, "Scatter." With this wave, the clouds around Wang Lin quickly flew up his arm. At the same time, all the rain in the world seemed to tremble and large amounts of clouds appeared. It was as if there was a gust of wind blowing and the clouds were pushed back. Under the impact of this pushing back cloud, the endless clouds in the sky immediately collapsed. Thunder roared inside as if there was a giant hand sweeping across the sky. Finally, the clouds completely disappeared. The entire world was once again clear and sunny. Sunlight fell, bringing with it warmth. The earth was filled with the fragrance of the soil after the rain. There were still a few drops of water slowly dripping from the leaves of the countless plants. On the horizon, a rainbow appeared amidst the sunlight. This scene was like a fairyland. Perhaps it was because of this atmosphere, even the fierce beasts on the ground didn't roar after they walked out, they only let out low cries at the sky. A few birds flew out of nowhere and circled in the sky with cheerful cries. Clearly, the long rainy season had prevented them from spreading their wings for a long time. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as his right hand formed a seal. Immediately, a black wind appeared before him and turned into two black dragons that blew out cold wind. The cold wind fused with the fog and gave off the feeling of fog. Within the fog, water droplets condensed and the origin energy of the world crazily gathered. As long as Wang Lin willed it, the rain within the fog would scatter to the world. He had comprehended the summon the rain spell. With a wave of his right hand, the fog dissipated and the black dragons disappeared. Everything returned to normal. When the big-headed boy saw this, his pupils shrank and he silently pondered. He was even more in awe of Wang Lin. Lei Ji opened his eyes from his comprehension, and there was an almost undetectable flash in his eyes. A monstrous wave was set off in his heart and he thought, "This is the power of law. I have only seen it cast by powerful cultivators before." As he silently pondered, he became even more convinced of Wang Lin and was filled with respect. As for Ta Shan, he turned a blind eye to all of this and continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. Wang Lin sat on the ground with a calm expression. Now that he had comprehended the summon the rain spell, it was time for the spell he was most interested in, Magic Arsenal. At this moment, at the border between the western and northern regions of the Alliance star system, an illusory figure was moving through the stars. This figure was too fast and would often disappear in a flash. There wasn't just one figure, but countless. As they moved forward, large amounts of ripples appeared, and as the ripples spread, these illusory figures moved faster and faster. After entering the western region, a group of Luo Tian cultivators appeared before them. The leader was the six-fingered cultivator, and he led his team toward the northern region. At this moment, the western region of the Alliance was completely occupied by the Luo Tian. As the vanguard, the six-fingered cultivator naturally had to go to the northern region to open a path. Along the way, he was extremely cautious and had his divine sense spread out. If there was any movement, he would immediately notice it. When the illusory figures saw the six-fingered cultivator and the hundreds of people behind him, they immediately changed directions and charged at them. As the six-fingered cultivator moved forward, he suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. Bursts of pain came from the sixth finger on his right hand. He was terrified and immediately stopped. He saw the countless illusory figures before him. When he saw what was happening, his pupils constricted. He slapped his bag of holding, and a message talisman appeared in his hand. He crushed it but didn't retreat. Instead, he took a step forward and was about to unleash a divine ability. However, at that moment, half of the illusory figures split up to surround the six-fingered figure. The rest charged toward the cultivators behind the six-fingered figure, who had already noticed that something was off. Waves of miserable screams echoed as spell fluctuations erupted. A moment later, the six-fingered cultivator retreated with a panicked expression. However, just as he charged out, a large amount of black shadows chased after him and fused into his body. Every time a shadow entered his body, the six-fingered cultivator's body would tremble. After he charged out a few dozen feet, he stopped and revealed a strange light in his eyes. After a few flashes, his eyes returned to normal. Looking down at his own body, the six-fingered cultivator's lips curled into a strange smile as he muttered to himself, "This body is not bad." Behind him, Luo Tian cultivators walked out one by one. They all had strange smiles on their faces. The mysterious Earth Temple's plan to slaughter Luo Tian is about to begin. After this upheaval, our mission isn't just to deal with Su Mu, but to destroy all the remnants. Among the four saints, Black Fiend Devil Saint and Heavenly Sovereign Tao Origin have come. This time, the Luo Tian will know that it is not so easy to enter the Alliance star system. The war was imminent. Asking for monthly votes. Chapter 9:15. Thanks to Shimizu's inheritance, Wang Lin understood that Immortal Emperor by Fan's spell, Call the Wind, Summon the Rain, Magic Arsenal, was the most powerful spell. Even Qing Shui loved Magic Arsenal a lot. This was one of the great spells that made him famous in the celestial realm in the past. Wang Lin was also looking forward to this spell. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. After carefully comprehending Shimizu's Magic Arsenal spell, he suddenly opened his eyes. The baby fist-sized celestial origin crystal inside his body began to spin rapidly. As it spun, a large amount of celestial origin energy circulated inside Wang Lin's body. Gradually, the origin energy inside his body was hidden. The only thing left inside his body was the dense celestial origin energy. At this moment, Wang Lin's body was emitting a large amount of celestial origin energy. He looked like a real celestial. The big-headed boy was watching closely from the side. He didn't know why Wang Lin's body had celestial origin energy. He clearly remembered that this person didn't enter the celestial pool. However, he didn't dare ask this question. When he saw Wang Lin's body surrounded by celestial origin energy, he let out a bitter smile. He had to give up his domain in exchange for celestial origin energy, but this Sumu had both his domain and celestial origin energy. As the celestial origin energy circulated inside his body, Wang Lin's hands formed a unique spell according to Shimizu's understanding of Magic Arsenal. Magic Arsenal required one to open the reincarnation cycle and extract the souls of the people they killed. Then one would form the mysterious void spell to contain the souls of the people they killed. Only then would one be able to create Magic Arsenal. The strength of this spell varied from person to person. For example, Bai Fan's magic bean's arsenal could fill the heavens and earth, and very few people could block it. Qing Shui, on the other hand, could use this spell to slaughter the heavens. Even without fighting, he could make people's minds tremble and yield. The moment the seal was formed, the celestial origin energy inside Wang Lin's body flowed into his arms. It was as if the world changed colors. Strands of celestial origin energy flew out from Wang Lin's hands and began to rotate before him. At first, the rotation wasn't fast, but as Wang Lin's celestial origin energy cycled faster and faster, the vortex almost turned into a tornado. As it roared, the vortex began to expand. In the blink of an eye, a vortex dozens of feet wide formed before Wang Lin. The vortex was rotating so fast that if one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to see it. However, in reality, the rotation had reached a peak. If Wang Lin's celestial origin energy was at the level it was before he went to the 17th floor, he wouldn't have been able to maintain this vortex at all. If he was only halfway through, the celestial beings would collapse and the celestial origin energy inside his body would dissipate. Even now, after absorbing a large amount of celestial origin energy, the celestial beings inside his body had grown to the size of a baby's fist. Wang Lin could still feel the celestial origin energy rapidly dissipating. He could maintain this vortex for no more than 3 days. Wang Lin knew that this vortex was created by using celestial origin energy to open one's own reincarnation cycle. In truth, this was just a spell. This spell used memory as the focus. The person using the spell would immerse themselves in their own memories and extract the souls of the people they had killed one by one. Although they were only memories, under this spell, they were very real. The souls extracted contained some of their cultivation, so they could be used to scatter beans. The longer he delayed, the more celestial origin energy he would lose. If he didn't succeed after 3 days, the celestial origin energy in his body would run out and the vortex would collapse. The moment the vortex opened, Wang Lin's ancient thunder dragon origin soul charged out toward the vortex. The moment it entered the vortex, it shrank until it imprinted itself between Wang Lin's eyebrows and began to rotate. The surroundings were completely silent. Wang Lin's origin soul turned into the appearance of an ancient thunder dragon. It was as if it was traveling through a passage of time. As it traveled, it gradually transformed into a human form. A moment later, the passage came to an end. As it charged out, the sun shined brightly. Wang Lin looked down and saw Suzaku's Hengyu sect. He also saw 2 youths. One of them had a forehead covered in sweat and was struggling to use a gravitational spell. Next to him was a youth who was being controlled by the gravitational spell. This youth was holding a dagger, and at the tip of the dagger was another youth. The youth picked up the axe and mercilessly chopped down on the youth's head. With a scream, Wang Lin clearly saw a soul fly out and quickly enter his origin soul. I didn't kill this person, so why? As Wang Lin pondered, he felt a powerful force tearing at his origin soul. In the blink of an eye, his vision blurred and he appeared on an official road. He saw a black-robed youth casting a spell, and the person he was fighting was a middle-aged man. Not long after, the middle-aged man let out a miserable scream and died. Beside the middle-aged man was a gloomy youth. He calmly said, "He is old man Jima's disciple. We must leave immediately." The dead middle-aged man's soul flew out and entered Wang Lin's origin soul. The scene before him changed again. This time, he was in a cave in the jungle. Wang Lin saw Ting Li's soul fly out and enter Wang Lin's origin soul after he devoured Ting Li's foundation. One scene after another, from Zhao to Serene, then to the Juming Valley, the foreign battleground Hofun, the Sea of Devils, the Dragon Tendon Lock, and the 10,000 Devil 100-Day Kill Order. Then he returned to Zhao and massacred countless members of the Ting family. The battle in Shuiyu, the Rain's celestial realm, killing the Shuiyu ancestor, the giant demon clan ancestor, the war between the forsaken immortal clan and Rosefinch, and then entering Rosefinch's tomb. All of these made Wang Lin feel like he was reliving his life. The Heavenly Fates sect, the Demon Spirit Land, the Slaughter Sword Art, the Luo Tian star system, the Huan family's ancestor, the Thunder Celestial Realm, the death of the Blood Ancestor, the Nether Beast, the killing of the Celestials, the western domain of the Luo Tian, the killing of the Yao family, and so on, all the way to the Thunder Celestial Temple and the battle for the title in one line to heaven. Finally, the memories stopped. Wang Lin felt his origin soul tremble, as if it was being grabbed by a powerful force. He continued to fly into the air, and suddenly opened his eyes. His body was soaked in sweat and everything before him was still the same mountain. The moment he became sober, the vortex between his eyebrows stopped rotating and turned into strands of celestial origin energy that entered Wang Lin's body. The celestial origin crystal the size of a baby's fist shrank by 60%. A lifetime of slaughter was like a passing cloud. When Wang Lin experienced it again, he felt very emotional. It was like a dream, and he wasn't sure if he was still in a dream and hadn't woken up yet. What a powerful celestial spell! Wang Lin let out a long breath. Celestial Emperor Bai Fan's celestial spells were formed by the fusion of many celestial spells. In the end, Bai Fan extracted the essence of many celestial spells and refined them into one spell. However, if one wanted to cultivate it, they would need to experience it all. Wang Lin pondered a bit. He had already made a decision about the second step of Magic Arsenal. After carefully thinking about it, he confirmed that there was no doubt about it. With a thought, the Underworld River appeared above Wang Lin. The Underworld River was like a river, and when it spread out, it was filled with monstrous resentment. However, under Wang Lin's control, the head and tail of the Underworld River fused together and formed a circle. In an instant, a heaven-piercing aura spread out. Wang Lin stared at the Underworld River in the sky. He took a deep breath and spat out an item. This item was the Celestial Sealing Stamp. The stamp flashed and floated into the air. In midair, it fused with the Underworld Spring. Hundreds of thousands of golden runes spread out from the Celestial Sealing Stamp and fused with the Underworld Spring. In an instant, the Underworld Spring seemed to boil. As the golden runes fused with it, a shocking change occurred. The entire Underworld River swept across the sky with hundreds of thousands of golden symbols. Finally, they entered the Celestial Sealing Stamp and completely fused with it. There was a flash of black light, and the wild planet Wang Lin was on was shrouded by a pressure. This pressure came from the Celestial Sealing Stamp. The appearance of the stamp had changed. There were no longer any golden symbols on it. It was completely black. However, an extremely powerful aura was leaking out from the darkness. It was as if there were countless resentful souls roaring and struggling inside, wanting to charge out. What was even more shocking was that there were countless rings on the celestial sealing stamp. As the rings spread out, the celestial sealing stamp was divided into 18 layers. Each layer was filled with intense resentment, and there was also a black light flickering on the seal. The deeper one went, the stronger the resentment became. This was the personal realm that Wang Lin had created for Magic Arsenal. Bai Fan had the mystic sky realm, Shimizu had the painted prison world of slaughter, and Wang Lin's was the 18 levels of hell, the reincarnation realm. With the celestial sealing stamp as the land, the golden symbols as the seal, and the underworld river as the reincarnation cycle, the 18 levels of hell filled with resentment. In the 18 levels, the deeper one went, the stronger the souls they could contain. At this moment, there were no souls below the 15th level, but there was one in the 14th level. This soul was surrounded by a blood mist, and when it revealed itself, it gave off a monstrous resentment. It was the blood ancestor that was killed by Wang Lin. On the Sure San level, the souls of the hundreds of celestials that were killed by Wang Lin in the Forsaken Immortal Clan gathered together. Waves of mournful screams came out. They wanted to charge out, but in the end they were completely sealed inside. Among them were the Yao family members that were killed by Wang Lin. There were also the souls of all the corporeal Yang cultivators that were killed by Wang Lin in the Luo Tian star system. Magic Arsenal was an extremely tyrannical celestial spell. It extracted the souls of everyone it killed from the reincarnation cycle and used them for one's own use. Wang Lin stood up and stared at the 18 levels of hell in the sky. A vortex appeared between his eyebrows and his origin soul charged out. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of essence origin soul energy. Inside this mouthful of essence energy, countless strands of black gas flew toward the 18 levels of hell. These strands of black gas were the souls that Wang Lin had killed. They were all absorbed by the levels according to their strength. At the same time, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and the 1 billion soul flag flew out. His eyes shined brightly and revealed endless calmness. Without any hesitation, he waved the 1 billion soul flag and the souls inside began to rush out like crazy. 2 monthly votes rankings clash, seeking monthly votes. Chapter 9:16. There were many souls inside the flag, and as they flew out, they fused into the 18 hells of hell. Gradually, the resentment within the 18 hells of hell grew stronger, and shrill howls echoed out. If a mortal were to hear those howls, they would be so frightened that they would pass out and collapse. Even cultivators would be shaken because this sound was made up of countless soul fragments and resentment. It was the roar of countless people that Wang Lin had killed. There was the blood ancestor, the celestials, the members of the Yao family, and many other powerful cultivators. Although they were only soul fragments and not as strong as they were when they were alive, the impact they formed was not something ordinary cultivators could resist. The countless souls inside the 1 billion soul flag fused together, causing the 18 layers of hell to truly live up to their name. Aside from the few primary souls inside the soul flag, everything else was empty. Wang Lin put away the soul flag. If it wasn't for the fact that it was given to him by Du Tian, he would have fused it with the celestial sealing stamp. Wang Lin stood up. His eyes became cold as he stared at the 18 hell celestial sealing stamp and shouted, "This is my Wang Lin's 18 layers of hell." When his voice echoed, the mournful howls from the 18 layers of hell became even stronger and shrouded the entire planet. The first to give up were the fierce beasts on the planet. They all scattered in frustration. If it wasn't for Wang Lin controlling them, once the mournful howls spread out, all the fierce beasts would collapse. The few cultivators guarding this place quickly flew out with pale faces. Their hearts trembled and they didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer. The big-headed boy sucked in a breath of cold air and stared dumbfoundedly at the 18 hell celestial sealing stamp. With his cultivation level, he could tell at a glance that this treasure was extraordinary. Lei Ji's pupils constricted. He actually felt fear from the bottom of his heart as he faced the 18 levels of hell that were emitting a dark light in the air. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and 2 balls of light appeared in his hand. They were 2 nascent divinities, one of which belonged to the vice-leader of the Hall of Internal Resentment, Serene. The other was something he had offered up to save his life. After pondering a bit, he didn't put the 2 origin souls into the 18 layers of hell, but put them back into his bag of holding. These 2 origin souls were extremely precious early-stage Nirvana Scryer origin souls, and they were very beneficial for recovering one's cultivation. Wang Lin kept them for future use. Rising to his feet, he looked up into the sky and performed an incantation gesture with his right hand. Instantly, the 18 levels of hell immortal sealing seal shrank down and flew into Wang Lin's mouth. "Leave this place." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he took a step forward. Lei Ji and the rest immediately stood up and followed closely behind. At this moment, the western part of the Alliance star system had been completely occupied by the Luo Tian cultivators. A large amount of Luo Tian cultivators had entered the Alliance star system through the passage that had been torn open. After occupying cultivation planets, they treated this place as the Luo Tian domain. As the western part of the Alliance star system was completely occupied, the dark cloud that shrouded the hearts of the powerful Luo Tian cultivators became even stronger. It has to be said that there wasn't a single rank 7 cultivation country in the western part of the Alliance star system, only a few rank 6 cultivation planet. This was a very strange phenomenon. However, after such a long time, there were no changes. Although there were doubts in their hearts, the powerful Luo Tian cultivators began another round of attacks under the command of the Thunder Celestial Temple. This time their target was the northern part of the Alliance star system. Groups of Luo Tian cultivators flew through the western part of the Alliance star system on their flying swords. Wherever they went, space itself seemed to tremble as if it was collapsing. The sword energy released by tens of thousands of flying swords could cause the sky to change colors and the sky to lose its color. The might of the flying swords gave off the aura of the heavens collapsing and the white light piercing through the sky. Unknowingly, it gave off the feeling that the heavens and earth were being split open like spring. One by one, Luo Tian cultivators flew out from the cultivation planets filled with killing intent and joined the army. There was a ball of green fire under Master Flamespark's feet, and a large amount of cultivators gathered around him. His expression was gloomy. Although he had slaughtered his way into the Alliance star system, he felt an inexplicable sense of danger. This sense of danger was very deep, and when he tried to calculate, there was a blood light that prevented him from getting a clear look. Continuing to attack the northern part of the Alliance star system was out of helplessness. After all, they had stayed in the western part for too long. Since they were already here, they couldn't just retreat without a fight. They knew that the Alliance had a conspiracy, but they still had to move forward. Even if there is a conspiracy, the old man isn't afraid. Moreover, it isn't just the Alliance that has a backup plan. My Luo Tian side has also made careful preparations to deal with the Alliance's conspiracy. There was a flash of coldness in Master Flamespark's eyes, and he revealed killing intent. A large amount of Luo Tian cultivators charged out of the western part of the Alliance star system and arrived at the northern part of the Alliance star system. As a large amount of Luo Tian cultivators charged into the northern part of the Alliance, an ancient aura came from a planet occupied by Luo Tian cultivators in the western part of the Alliance. This aura erupted like crazy, and in an instant a destructive force came from the planet. There were more than 100 cultivators stationed on this planet. Their expressions changed greatly as they quickly flew out from the planet. The moment they flew out, what they saw became the last memories of their lives. The entire planet suddenly trembled violently, and the trembling reached a peak. In the blink of an eye, the planet seemed to have experienced an entire lifetime. The planet was filled with endless death aura, and what was even more incredible was that the planet was shrinking. It shrank like crazy, as if there was a force squeezing it, causing it to shrink. In just a moment, the originally large cultivation planet was only 10% of its original size. At this instant, a destructive aura spread out like crazy. The entire planet unexpectedly collapsed. This collapse immediately formed an unimaginable shockwave that turned into a destructive storm that swept out in all directions. The more than 100 cultivators didn't even have time to dodge. They were immediately affected by the storm and their bodies dissipated. Even their origin souls were destroyed by this destructive force. The thunderous rumbles were heaven-shaking. The collapse of the planet was filled with the smell of blood. It was the destruction of all life. This was not something an ordinary cultivator could do. Only a ruthless person who wanted to destroy a planet would do this. A loud bang echoed. As the storm swept across and expanded crazily, large spatial cracks immediately appeared in the area where the planet had collapsed. There were too many rifts, and in just a moment, they connected into a large area. All the Luo Tian cultivators within tens of thousands of kilometers that were affected by the storm immediately dissipated, and their origin souls were destroyed. At this moment, it wasn't just one planet that was affected, but all of them. All the cultivation planets in the western part of the Alliance collapsed like crazy and turned into a storm that spread across the western part of the Alliance. Only the Cultivation Alliance can do something like this. If you, Luo Tian cultivators, come, I'll destroy the western region and bury all of you. He didn't hesitate to sacrifice all life on all the planets in the western region to carry out a heaven-shaking plan called Slaughter Luo Tian. The crazy collapse became even more intense in the western domain. As the planets collapsed, the endless shock waves swept across the world. Large amounts of spatial rifts appeared in space until they fused into one. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and it was as if the western region had become the end of the world. The large-scale collapse caused countless spatial rifts to appear. Large amounts of rubble containing destructive power shot out in all directions. It was as if the heavens and earth in the western region had been reversed. The storm fused together to form a massacre. Countless Luo Tian cultivators struggled and didn't even have time to fight back before they were killed by the storm. As the spatial rifts continued to expand, endless cold wind came out and fused with the storm to form a giant vortex. This vortex was very large and covered most of the western region. It completely isolated the Luo Tian cultivators from the passage to the Luo Tian star system. When the storm dissipated slightly, countless illusory figures appeared and transfer arrays appeared one by one. The cultivators of the Cultivation Alliance stepped out one by one. Kill! A series of earth-shattering roars reverberated through the starry sky. Master Flamespark's eyes glowed red. He had thought of everything, but he didn't think the Cultivation Alliance would have the courage to destroy the entire western region and create an unimaginable impact. At the same time, in the northern region of the Alliance, sword energy flew by. The Alliance cultivators arrived one by one. Their bloodthirsty gazes and powerful killing intent swept by as they charged at the panicking Luo Tian cultivators. In the northern region of the Alliance, ripples appeared among the army of cultivators. An old man wearing a black robe stepped out with monstrous killing intent and a laugh. Master Flamespark, long time no see. Do you still remember the old man, Black Fiend Devil Saint? Master Flamespark's eyes glowed red, but he didn't panic at all due to this shocking change. He calmly said, "Is this your plan? Very good. Now I'll let you all see the spells of my Luo Tian cultivators." Master Flamespark raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. The entire star system trembled, and a giant rift silently appeared. This rift was very large, as if it was a ravine that spread across the world. At the same time, a tremendous pressure was released from within. 18 crimson balls of blood slowly descended from the sky. Your Cultivation Alliance can destroy the western region, So how could I, the Luo Tian, not be on guard? Let's see who will win in this first confrontation. You killed a few people from my Luo Tian, so I'll kill a few people from your alliance. Master Flamespark's words were filled with confidence. Take the flying sword home. I'll arrive at around 11 p.m. I'll type on the way and update when I get home. I won't be able to get a monthly pass during this time. Everyone, help me take a photo, hee. Chapter 9:17. When the 18 balls of blood descended, a pressure that could suppress one's mind spread out. This pressure had no effect on the surrounding Luo Tian cultivators, and there was a flash of red light on their bodies. However, for the Alliance cultivators who were charging over, they were all shocked. All of the Alliance cultivators felt an unimaginable pressure weighing down on them. It was as if the entire world was crushing down on them. The Alliance cultivators' blood surged through their veins, and their ears were cut off from all sound. All they could hear was their own hearts pounding rapidly. Even their vision became blurry. These 18 balls of blood were created by 2 ancient cultivation families in the Luo Tian star system. They had been accumulating them for tens of thousands of years and had been constantly sacrificing their blood. The 2 ancient cultivation families had also used a secret method to slowly refine these balls of blood. They were one of the protective treasures of the 2 ancient cultivation families. This item was very famous in the ancient cultivation world. It was called the 18 Lu Fu. The Lu Fu was a famous cultivation mountain in ancient times, but it mysteriously collapsed overnight. All the cultivators on the mountain had their blood seeping out of their bodies and died one by one. Their blood condensed on the Lu Fu mountain and formed a ball of blood 100 feet tall. This was the origin of the Lu Fu. Many ancient cultivators came here to study it. Although they couldn't find the reason, they gained some understanding of the Lu Fu blood balls. Gradually, the Lu Fu blood balls came into being. However, these balls of blood were too vicious and the success rate of refining them wasn't high. Although they had mysterious power, they couldn't refine a large amount of them. The power of the 18 Lu Fu was reflected in the pressure. Each ball of blood was a pressure, and with 18 balls of blood descending at the same time, the pressure had reached an incredible level. In addition, if any cultivator within the range of the Lu Fu blood balls merged with their blood, not only would they not be affected by the pressure, but their cultivation would also temporarily increase. Black Fiend Devil Saint's expression was gloomy as he stared at the 18 Lu Fu in the sky. He was about to rush out to destroy it, but just at this moment, Blood God walked out and blocked him with a laugh. Master Flamespark's face was expressionless as his right hand pointed behind him. This finger seemed to be able to penetrate the void. It went directly through the spatial rift in the northern domain and into the passage between the western and Luo Tian star systems. Within the Luo Tian planetary system were more than 10,000 cultivators. All of them rotated their cultivation bases, and in the middle of all of them was an object. It was a piece of wood, but this piece of wood was tens of thousands of feet long and nearly 10,000 feet thick. A towering tree. This wood was found by the Thunder Celestial Temple 30,000 years ago. According to legend, it was the giant wood that supported the ancient celestial realm. Among the 4 celestial realms, only the Luo Tian realm had this wood intact. As for the other celestial realms, they all collapsed when the celestial realms collapsed. A powerful celestial spiritual energy filled the world. After the Thunder Celestial Temple found this wood, they kept it. Now that they were fighting the Alliance, they took it out as a powerful attack. Outside the giant wood, more than 10,000 cultivators roared in unison. These tens of thousands of people pushed the giant wood forward. Behind the giant wood were several old monsters from the Luo Tian star system. Even the Xiang family elder and the middle-aged man named Gongsun were there. With their combined strength, the giant wood charged at the passage ahead. This giant wood had the power to destroy everything, and it gradually sped up. In the end, it almost formed a storm. As it swept by, the world trembled. After it entered the passage, it arrived at the western region of the Alliance star system. The speed of its charge was too fast, and it brought with it a piercing whistle that could shock people's hearts. The power contained in it was almost unimaginable. The barrier that was formed by countless cracks was completely useless before the giant log's charge. Loud rumbling sounds echoed in the air, and a large amount of ripples spread out. The giant log charged at the center of the ripples and charged in with brute force, forcibly opening up a crack in the barrier. A large amount of Luo Tian cultivators rushed into the Alliance star system with killing intent. Outside the barrier, the expressions of the Alliance cultivators that had arrived through the transfer arrays changed greatly. They wanted to dodge, but they couldn't dodge the giant wood at all. Even though they were far away, they were pulled in by the vortex formed by the giant wood. Some cultivators were directly hit by the giant wood, and their bodies collapsed. Their origin souls disintegrated and formed a large amount of blood mist. However, this blood mist was insignificant to the giant wood. The 18 Lufu was the first wave of powerful treasures in the Luo Tian star system. The giant wood that supported the ancient celestial realm was the second wave, but this wasn't the end. The giant wood opened a path, and as it passed through, a large amount of ripples appeared on the barrier formed by the cracks. At this moment, a roar that shocked the entire western region of the Alliance star system came from the depths of the Alliance star system that was connected to the Luo Tian star system. This roar tore through the western region and caused all the Alliance cultivators to tremble. Some of them even bled from their orifices. An extremely ferocious aura spread out like crazy. A giant cultivation planet slowly floated out from the passage between the two star systems. There was a large amount of fog around it, making it look very strange. The moment it floated out, the fog around the planet rapidly shrank. When it disappeared, it split open from the middle and formed an oval shape. Countless strands of hair scattered. This was Wang Yu. At this moment, the moongazer serpent's eyes were bloodshot and filled with endless anger. It was as if it had gone crazy. After it rushed out of the tunnel, its hair and beard fluttered and its huge body charged out. Roar! A deep crack appeared in the moongazer serpent's mouth. As it let out a roar, a shock wave spread out like a storm. In the blink of an eye, the spatial rifts before it were torn apart like paper and were pushed back by the storm. However, the instant the roar closed in on the huge piece of wood, a ray of yellow light immediately enveloped the huge piece of wood like an eggshell, causing the impact of the roar to pass through it without any obstruction or pause. Wang Yu's angry roar was so violent that it caused space itself to collapse. The void before the giant wood distorted when Wang Yu's roar passed by. An old man wearing a white Taoist robe was forced out in a sorry state. His expression was extremely gloomy and his gaze seemed to be able to penetrate space itself. When he saw Wang Yu charging out, he retreated without any hesitation. However, just at this moment the giant wood closed in. The old man was one of the 4 masters of the Cultivation Alliance, Heavenly Master Tao Origin. He let out a sigh and shook his head as he retreated even faster. However, just as he retreated, the Xiang clan's ancestor and the man surnamed Gongsun turned into 2 streaks of light that shot out from the towering tree, heading straight for the white-robed old man. "Fellow cultivator from the Alliance, why are you in such a rush to leave?" The Xiang family ancestor laughed as he waved his sleeve. A red wind spread across the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. This war was fought in the western and northern regions of the Alliance. The sounds of fighting filled the air, and the light of countless magical treasures flashed. From a distance, all that could be seen was a field of colorful light. Waves of magic power fluctuations condensed and surged, spreading out endlessly. In this intense battle, if the Luo Tian and Alliance cultivators were careless, they would immediately die. In particular, Wang Yu seemed to be able to recognize the Luo Tian cultivators. When she attacked, very few of her attacks hit the Luo Tian cultivators. Most of her attacks were directed at the Alliance cultivators. At this moment, the Alliance star system was at a disadvantage. At this moment, Wang Lin was also in the western part of the Alliance. Lei Ji's body had shrunk to the 30-foot-tall man, and he was leading the way. The big-headed boy followed closely behind Wang Lin. As for Ta Shan, his eyes revealed a cold gaze as he carefully observed his surroundings. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. Along the way, he had met several Alliance cultivators. When they saw Wang Lin, their expressions immediately changed. They had clearly seen the cultivation levels of Wang Lin's group and immediately turned to flee. However, there were also a few people who thought their cultivation levels were high enough. After hesitating for a bit, they charged at Wang Lin. Without exception, these people were directly killed by Wang Lin. Along the way, the smell of blood filled the entire western part of the Alliance. The further he went, the more cultivators Wang Lin encountered. However, in the end, not many dared to attack him. Wang Lin didn't release any killing intent, but whether it was Lei Ji, Ta Shan, or the big-headed boy, all three of them were filled with killing intent. They were like sharp swords that charged forward. Along the way, Wang Lin looked around. The space he was familiar with had collapsed, and there were even spatial rifts that whistled by. All of this showed that the western part of the Alliance was completely abandoned. However, these spatial rifts seemed to be moved by a mysterious force before Wang Lin. If an old monster at the second step or above saw this, their eyes would become serious. This was a sign that Wang Lin had begun to grasp law. Although Nirvana Scryer cultivators came into contact with law, there was a clear difference between coming into contact with law and grasping it. Grasping was something only Nirvana Cleanser cultivators could do. Wang Lin hadn't reached the Nirvana Cleanser stage, but with the comprehension of the heaven-defying bead, he had a sliver of the aura of a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator, although it was still very faint. Just at this moment, a beautiful woman in purple appeared in the distance. She revealed a bitter expression and bit her lower lip. The sword energy under her feet was very weak, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Behind her were several Alliance cultivators. One of them was a middle-aged man. He had a sneer on his face as he chased after them. "It's her!" With Wang Lin's divine sense, he immediately saw the woman in the distance. "August has been settled. Thank you for everyone's support. September will be a gathering of powerful cultivators. Although there is no smoke on the monthly votes list, the killing intent is 100 times stronger. September will be a gathering of heroes." Chapter 9:18. Shi Zifeng bit her lower lip. She originally came to the Alliance star system with her family, but during the collapse she was hit by the unimaginable shockwave and was blown away. She was also separated from her family. It was difficult for her to stabilize herself, but what she saw was a hellish slaughter. Similarly, Shi Zifeng's beauty immediately attracted the attention of the Alliance cultivators, and some people immediately chased after her. At this moment, Shi Zifeng was filled with anxiety as she clenched her teeth and charged forward. However, the impact from before had injured her mind, and adding on the fact that she was escaping so quickly, she was even more injured. The middle-aged man behind her sneered and slapped his bag of holding. A golden needle appeared in his hand and he threw it. The golden needle flew out and let out a whistling sound as it shot toward Shi Zifeng. "This Luo Tian female cultivator will become my 9th cultivation furnace. Haha, I've never tasted a Luo Tian female cultivator before. This trip wasn't in vain." The middle-aged man laughed and the flying sword under his feet moved even faster. Seeing that the golden needle was about to stab into Shi Zifeng's back, Shi Zifeng quickly turned around. Her hands formed a seal, and a fluorescent light appeared before her in an attempt to stop the golden needle. However, the golden needle was too powerful. The moment it touched the fluorescent light, Shi Zifeng immediately felt a powerful impact. She coughed out blood and immediately retreated. Her face was pale without any trace of blood. As the middle-aged man laughed, he quickly closed in. However, just as his right hand was about to grab Shi Zifeng, an extremely cold voice echoed in the area. Back down. It was a very simple word, but when it landed in the middle-aged man's ears, it was as if tens of thousands of bolts of thunder had exploded at the same time. This middle-aged man's cultivation level wasn't high. Although he was stronger than Shi Zifeng, it wasn't much higher. At this moment, his body trembled and he felt his ears buzz. It was as if he was isolated from the world and could only hear his own heartbeat accelerating like crazy. The voice that entered his ears was like a sharp sword that pierced through his body like crazy. It seemed to contain a destructive force that caused his face to immediately turn pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His entire body involuntarily retreated. At this moment, the middle-aged man's heart was filled with monstrous waves. Boundless fear immediately drowned him. He could clearly feel that his body was no longer under his control. It was as if a will had rushed into his body through his ears and was controlling his body mercilessly, forcing him to retreat. It was as if he had to obey this will and not have the slightest thought of resisting. Otherwise, he would die a graveless death. This was the first time in the middle-aged man's life that he had ever experienced such a feeling. In his shock, he couldn't care about anything else. Although he retreated, he couldn't resist at all. That will seem to cause a fluctuation in the laws under the starry sky, causing the middle-aged man to cough out blood once more as he retreated. He wasn't the only one. The other cultivators who were chasing Shi Zifeng felt the same way. The power of that will made it impossible for them to resist. It was as if a storm had suddenly appeared in front of Shi Zifeng, causing everyone who got close to her to immediately retreat. As they retreated, popping sounds rang out one after another. The cultivators' bodies were unable to withstand the descent of the will, and they immediately collapsed and died. A large amount of blood mist spread out, but in this starry sky, it was really insignificant. Even their origin souls couldn't escape this will. As their bodies collapsed, they were all destroyed. Their souls couldn't enter the cycle of reincarnation and were forced out. They turned into rays of black light that entered Wang Lin's body and were sealed by the 18 layers of hell. This scene was too sudden, and Shi Zifeng was startled. Her eyes were completely occupied by the figure that silently walked toward her. Wang Lin calmly looked at the retreating cultivators. His words contained a sliver of the law he had just comprehended. He had fused his comprehension of the absolute law into his words and turned it into a will. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with terror, and it was as if there was a voice shouting in his heart. He was certain that this person was a powerful cultivator among the Luo Tian cultivators. However, he couldn't make this sound come out of his mouth. As he continued to retreat, his body collapsed. A cultivator at this level was simply insignificant before Wang Lin. Just like back in the demon spirit land, when the scattered devil let out a cold snort and caused Wang Lin's body to collapse. The current Wang Lin had reached the same level as the scattered devil. The middle-aged man's origin soul flew out and quickly disintegrated. Just as he was about to die, a feminine voice came from the void. "You are indeed worthy of being the Luo Tian's Thunder Celestial, Su Mu." At the instant the feminine voice rang out, a person walked over from the distance. That person was wearing a blue robe and looked to be middle-aged. His face was yellowish, and behind him, black illusionary shadows spread out like a long cape that spread out in the starry sky. The person who spoke was the six-fingered cultivator. His voice entered the void, and the middle-aged man's origin soul immediately broke free from Wang Lin's will. It stopped disintegrating and quickly charged out. At this moment, a majority of his origin soul was gone and extremely weak, as if it could collapse at any moment. The middle-aged man's origin soul was about to escape with a face filled with terror. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he casually waved his right hand and a gust of wind appeared. The wind condensed into countless heavenly chops that fused into one and shot toward the escaping origin soul. The six-fingered cultivator revealed a strange smile and pointed with his right hand. A portion of the cloak-like shadows split off and shot toward Wang Lin's heavenly chop. The two of them used the life and death of this origin soul as the deciding factor to begin a battle. The heavenly chop collided with the countless shadows near the origin soul, creating a heaven-shaking rumble. After Wang Lin comprehended a bit of law, the power of the heavenly chop increased greatly. After all, before, Wang Lin had only subconsciously used it and didn't understand the law. As a result, the power of the heavenly chop wasn't fully displayed, but now it was completely different. The heavenly chop technique obliterated all laws. As it charged out, the illusory figures had practically just come into contact with it when they immediately collapsed with a bang and vanished. In the blink of an eye, all the shadows disappeared and the heavenly chop charged toward the origin soul. The six-fingered cultivator's expression changed, and he let out a cold snort as he took a step forward. His right hand formed a seal and the shadows behind him began to condense. In an instant they all fused into a small ball that gave off a black glow. An aura that could shock the mind spread out from the small ball. As it filled the world, the small ball flew out on its own and charged toward the heavenly chop at an extremely fast speed. It seemed to be able to pierce through the void, and in an instant, it closed in on the heavenly chop. The moment it touched the heavenly chop, the small ball collapsed on its own and turned into countless strands of black smoke that surrounded the heavenly chop. The six-fingered cultivator laughed and waved his right hand. A powerful force shot out and landed on the origin soul, which was still in a daze. The origin soul was pushed back and was about to disappear into the distance in the blink of an eye. No one can kill the person that I, soul servant Zhou Tian, want to save. Wang Lin's expression was calm and he didn't even look at Zhou Tian. He took a step forward and ripples appeared under his feet. In an instant, he merged with the void. This scene caused Zhou Tian to be stunned, but his pupils immediately shrank. In the distance, the origin soul was no longer confused and was filled with joy. As it retreated, Wang Lin calmly took a step forward. His right hand formed a fist and he threw a punch. There was a loud bang and space trembled. Ripples spread out. "Break," Wang Lin said softly. The origin soul trembled but didn't stop. It turned into a sandman and dissipated in the wind. Zhou Tian's eyes shined brightly as he stared at Wang Lin. The strange light in his eyes became even stronger. He raised his right hand and pointed at Shi Zifeng, who was watching everything in a daze. Immediately, several illusory figures flew out from behind him and charged at Shi Zifeng. "You want to save this woman, but I won't let you succeed." Zhou Tian's feminine voice echoed in the air as the illusory figures closed in on Shi Zifeng. Shi Zifeng's face was pale and she immediately retreated. Zhou Tian had a smile on his face as he closely observed Wang Lin's expression. However, he couldn't see any joy or anger on Wang Lin's face. Wang Lin had been as calm as still water. He wasn't the least bit moved by Zhou Tian's actions. He only looked at Zhou Tian coldly and took a step forward. Zhou Tian's pupils shrank and he retreated without hesitation. Ripples appeared beside Shi Zifeng and Wang Lin walked out. He threw out a punch and the illusory figures immediately collapsed. "I don't care if you want to kill her, but you can't do it in front of me." Wang Lin's voice was calm, and as he finished speaking, his eyes filled with killing intent. He took a step forward and charged at Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian sneered and formed a seal with both hands. He pointed into the air and a large number of illusory figures appeared behind him. They gathered in front of him and turned into a large black axe. Zhou Tian grabbed it and threw it forward. 10,000 souls devour God!" Zhou Tian roared as the axe flew toward Wang Lin. As Wang Lin stepped forward, he threw out a punch with his right hand. A sonic boom echoed out. The axe trembled and immediately collapsed. However, it turned into countless illusory figures that madly gathered toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was the same as ever as he pointed at the sky with his right hand. Suddenly, the sound of thunder was extracted from the sky and gathered in the area. Immediately, the area was filled with lightning. Thunder roared and filled the sky. As Wang Lin moved forward, bolts of thunder descended from the sky. The tens of thousands of illusory figures collapsed one by one. Zhou Tian's eyes flickered. He formed a seal with both hands and pointed at the center of his brow. Black tattoos appeared on his face and he shouted, "Souls, kill!" The instant those two words left his mouth, the black tattoos on his face seemed to have drilled out of his body. A ring-shaped black circle immediately appeared on the top of his head and began to spread in all directions. The speed at which it spread was too fast. It almost instantly closed in on Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin didn't even try to dodge. He walked forward step by step, closing in on Zhou Tian. The moment the black circle touched Wang Lin's body, it turned into countless threads that burrowed into Wang Lin's body. However, before they could burrow too deep, Wang Lin made a move and destroyed them all. Wang Lin didn't slow down at all. He closed in on Zhou Tian and punched out. Zhou Tian's face fell. As he retreated, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a glowing violet orb. He crushed it, causing a violet glow to spread out around him. Popping sounds echoed in the air as the purple light collapsed. Zhou Tian immediately retreated at an even faster speed. As he retreated, Wang Lin stepped forward, merging with heaven and earth. When he reappeared, he was next to Zhou Tian and kicked out with his right foot. The speed of the kick was so fast that it seemed capable of shattering the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, the kick landed on Zhou Tian's fleshly body. A popping sound could be heard as Zhou Tian's fleshly body exploded into a mist of blood. However, a long laugh could be heard from within the void. Suddenly, numerous illusory figures shot out toward Wang Lin. "I, Zhou Tian, want this fleshly body." As the feminine voice echoed out, the illusory figures burrowed into Wang Lin's body and charged toward his nascent divinity. However, as the illusory figures closed in on Wang Lin's nascent divinity opened its eyes. The ancient god leather armor around the nascent divinity emanated an ancient aura that fused with the nascent divinity, creating an unimaginable rebound force. As the illusory figures charged into the nascent divinity to possess it, they slammed into the rebound force. Cries of agony could be heard as the illusory figures retreated, as if they had met their natural enemy, trying to escape from Wang Lin's body. However, just as they were about to escape, Wang Lin's nascent divinity arrived. The primordial thunder dragon's nascent divinity opened its mouth and inhaled. Some of the illusory figures couldn't escape and were devoured by Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin's nascent divinity was surrounded by a purple mist. Strands of purple mist quickly came out and condensed into an illusory figure several dozen feet away. "I'll use you to test the power of my spell." Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and he calmly said, "Magic Arsenal." A portion of Wang Lin's celestial origin energy split off from his body and gathered in his right hand. It turned into a golden light that Wang Lin threw out. It was like golden beans filling the sky. At this instant, the entire star system seemed to tremble. The countless golden lights immediately turned into illusory figures. This was the first time Wang Lin had used Magic Arsenal. These illusory figures were all people Wang Lin had killed. Their souls didn't enter the reincarnation cycle but were imprisoned in the 18 layers of hell. At this moment, an extremely powerful resentment filled the world. Every person killed by Wang Lin contained a resentment that wanted to turn the world upside down. As Zhou Tian looked at all of this, his mind trembled and his eyes were filled with shock. Although most of these illusory figures couldn't pose a threat to Zhou Tian, there were still some that made him suck in a breath of cold air. One of them had a gloomy expression and was covered in black mist. Occasionally, he would reveal his figure and give off a powerful resentment aura. There was also a powerful fluctuation coming from this person's body. Nirvana Scryer Cultivator. Zhou Tian looked around and his expression immediately became gloomy. There were more than 100 celestial souls around him. The combination of the powerful celestial spiritual energy and resentment formed a killing intent that filled the area. When Zhou Tian saw these celestials, his eyes were filled with disbelief and he exclaimed, These are the souls of celestials. He had studied the soul Tao his entire life, so he naturally recognized them at a glance. There were also the souls of the Yao family members that gave off powerful killing intent. What kind of spell is this? It is too terrifying. It can actually imprison so many souls so they can't enter the reincarnation cycle. This kind of spell is clearly a demonic spell. This scene caused Zhou Tian's mind to tremble to a peak. He was extremely terrified. However, what scared him even more was what happened next. A roar that sounded like that of a wild beast suddenly came from the countless illusionary figures in the surroundings. The surrounding illusionary figures seemed to be extremely afraid of this roar, and they immediately opened up a path. A gust of red fog rushed out and charged forward. None of the phantoms dared to block it, and as the red fog churned, a person was revealed. This person looked middle-aged, had a head of red hair, and had a ferocious expression. An indescribable killing intent came from his body, as if it wanted to reverse space itself. The moment the red-haired person appeared, Zhou Tian was startled for a moment. However, his eyes were filled with terror and fear he had never shown before. Planet Tian Yun's blood ancestor? Zhou Tian's scalp went numb and he retreated without hesitation. At this moment, he had withdrawn all his killing intent toward Su Mu. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill, but he couldn't. Although he was at the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer, Su Mu was very strange and unpredictable. With his knowledge, he was able to tell that he had to personally kill these souls before he could use a special method to imprison them for his own use. He naturally recognized the blood ancestor. While he was shocked, he became timid. The blood ancestor is a Nirvana cleanser cultivator, yet he was killed by Su Mu. I can't resist this person at all. Quickly, escape. Wang Lin pointed at Zhou Tian and calmly said, Drag this person to the 18 layers of hell. After he said that, numerous roars rang out. The blood ancestor, in particular, was surrounded by a monstrous red mist as he closed in on Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian's face turned pale and he immediately retreated. However, at this moment, the hundreds of celestials and the Yao family surrounded him. They sealed off all of Zhou Tian's paths of retreat. There were countless soul fragments surrounding him, and the roars of the soul fragments caused Zhou Tian's eyes to be filled with madness. He had studied the soul Tao his entire life. At this moment, his hands formed a seal and he pointed at his chest. His body immediately collapsed and turned into countless shadows that escaped in all directions. Zhou Tian's Tao of the soul was almost at the great accomplishment level. His physical body had been completely refined by him. Even his primordial spirit had been completely merged with his soul. Only then could he truly execute the soul-killing technique. Even those with a higher cultivation base than him would be successfully ambushed by him if they were not careful. However, right now he was complaining in his heart. He originally wanted to possess Wang Lin's body, but the ancient god leather armor inside Wang Lin's body had caused him to suffer a minor injury. This injury was nothing, but he didn't expect Wang Lin's origin soul to be so ferocious and directly devour him. As a result, he had to retreat. However, when he retreated from Wang Lin's body and was about to use a spell, he personally witnessed the scene before him. It was a soul spell that shook his mind. His heart filled with anxiety, and he was just about to flee when the blood ancestor's soul laughed viciously. The blood mist around him spread out, and the souls of the hundreds of celestials, as well as the souls of the Yao family, charged out. Miserable screams filled the air as the blood ancestor's soul transformed into a primordial beast. His hands formed into claws, and he grabbed most of Zhou Tian's illusory bodies and dragged him into the mist. It was the same for the surrounding celestials. In the blink of an eye, not a single one of Zhou Tian's illusory bodies was able to escape. The sky was filled with a sinister wind, and countless souls filled the air. Wang Lin stood off to the side, his expression calm. He now had some understanding of the power of magic arsenal. He lifted his right hand and pointed up into the sky, causing an enormous vortex to appear above the souls. One by one, the souls were sucked into the vortex. However, the blood ancestor's eyes flickered with red light as he roared and charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes flickered with killing intent as he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out. A boom echoed out, and the blood ancestor's nascent divinity trembled. Taking advantage of that moment, Wang Lin's celestial energy began to circulate faster, and the vortex sped up. The soul of the blood ancestor let out an enraged roar as it was sucked into the vortex. In the end, the vortex slowly disappeared and turned into a ray of light that was devoured by Wang Lin. In his origin soul's 18 layers of hell, an extra soul fragment appeared in the 13th layer. Although this soul was in the Sure San layer, it was at the peak of the Sure San layer. It was Zhou Tian. After killing Zhou Tian, Wang Lin calmly looked at Shi Zifeng before withdrawing his gaze and walking forward. Ta Shan followed behind him. The big-headed boy had seen all of this and wasn't surprised. As for Lei Ji, he was the same. He followed Wang Lin into the distance. Shi Zifeng silently followed behind. As they walked, Wang Lin began to ponder. Right now the battle between the Luo Tian and the Alliance has reached an intense degree. I need to take out some results to appease Master Flamespark and gain more reputation among the Luo Tian cultivators. Only then will Master Flamespark have to help Tian Yunzi and company, or if Tuo Sun leaves the land of the ancient god. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he made up his mind. However, in his heart, he wasn't optimistic about the Luo Tian's attack on the Alliance. After pondering a bit more, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and a small flag appeared in his hand. This flag had a heaven-flying tiger pattern on it. After Wang Lin took it out, the heaven-flying tiger rushed out and let out a roar that shook the stars. Unfurling the heaven tiger flag and releasing the heaven-flying tiger could be said to have made Wang Lin famous in the western region of the Alliance. As they moved forward, more than 10 rays of sword energy appeared before them. There were 2 groups of people fighting each other. Bursts of magical treasures flashed, and the Luo Tian side was clearly no match for them. They were constantly being pushed back. The other side was filled with killing intent and various spells were being used. In just a few breaths of time, a Luo Tian cultivator died. These 7 or 8 Luo Tian cultivators were filled with despair. They were injured and exhausted, but there was no hope of escaping. Just at this moment, a tiger's roar came from the distance and a powerful divine sense spread out. The Luo Tian cultivators trembled and looked back. Their eyes were filled with indescribable joy. Thunder Celestial Su Mu! It's the genuine Thunder Celestial Su Mu! The Alliance cultivators had gotten some information about the Luo Tian from their elders. One of the elders had obviously seen the name Su Mu. His expression changed and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. He retreated without hesitation and shouted, "This Su Mu is at the Nirvana Scryer stage. We are no match for him, quickly retreat." In the other direction, there were 3 cultivators fighting each other, and it was a draw. The 3 people fighting were all illusory cultivators, but from a closer look, it was 2 Luo Tian cultivators fighting an Alliance cultivator. The Alliance cultivator was extremely ruthless, and he was fighting 1 against 2 with ease. Just at this moment, a tiger's roar came from the distance. One of the Luo Tian cultivators cautiously turned around and spread out his divine sense. His body immediately trembled. Su Mu. Not only did he know Sumu, he was someone Wang Lin had saved in the Thunder Celestial Realm. The Alliance cultivator fighting the two of them was startled. He was a bit familiar with the name Sumu. After pondering a bit, his expression changed greatly. According to the information he received from the Alliance, the Luo Tian cultivators were divided into 7 ranks. Rank 1 was the weakest and rank 7 was the strongest. He remembered that this Su Mu was at rank 5. Without hesitation, he immediately retreated. Along the way, Wang Lin encountered many cultivators. The moment the Luo Tian cultivators saw Wang Lin, especially the flying tiger, they became excited and quickly closed in. Greetings, Thunder Celestial. Greetings came from every Luo Tian cultivator that closed in on Wang Lin. In their eyes, Wang Lin was a bright light in their confusion. The collapse of the western side and the sudden change caused a majority of the Luo Tian cultivators to panic. Due to the violent impact, a lot of people died, and the lucky ones that didn't die were immediately scattered. At the same time, the appearance of the Alliance cultivators made things even worse for the Luo Tian cultivators. At this moment, Wang Lin's Heavenly Tiger flag was the needle in their hearts. The roars of the Heavenly Tiger caused all the Luo Tian cultivators who heard it to become spirited. Wang Lin also changed his attitude from before. If he encountered any enemies, he would immediately attack. Gradually, a large amount of Luo Tian cultivators gathered around Wang Lin. These people formed an extremely powerful force. Often, there was no need for Wang Lin to attack himself. The Luo Tian cultivators around him would immediately rush out to destroy the enemy. Gradually, more and more Luo Tian cultivators gathered around Wang Lin. They turned into rays of sword energy that stabbed into the western side of the Alliance. In the western side of the Alliance, there was more than one group of cultivators like Wang Lin. The messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple, the 108 Celestials, and some cultivation families were all like this. However, Wang Lin's group had the most people. As they moved forward, more and more people joined in. In the end, hundreds of rays of sword energy flew across the sky. Along with the roars of the Heavenly Tiger, the roars of the Heavenly Tiger continued to spread. Wang Lin's reputation suddenly reached a certain height. Just as Wang Lin's group charged into the center of the western side of the Alliance, the star system suddenly trembled and ripples came from the distance. These ripples contained an aura that could shake one's mind. The cultivators behind Wang Lin and even the sword energy under their feet became unstable. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and his divine sense spread out. Even with his mental fortitude, he couldn't help but be startled. A series of loud rumbles echoed. In the distance, a towering tree that was tens of thousands of feet long and tens of thousands of feet thick shot forward with an unimaginable force that could shake the souls of ordinary cultivators. There were countless Luo Tian cultivators around the giant wood, and a powerful killing intent filled the area. What shocked Wang Lin the most was that the smell of blood coming from the giant wood was so strong that he could clearly feel it from so far away. It was obvious that countless people had died to the impact of the giant wood. Wang Lin had never seen this giant wood before. At this moment, he felt an unspeakable shock from it. He clearly knew that if he was hit by the giant wood, he would be seriously injured. If he was a bit careless, he might even be killed. The only way was to merge with the world and quickly escape. If this giant piece of wood made Wang Lin's mind tremble, it wouldn't make him startled. What made Wang Lin startled was the thing behind the giant piece of wood. Wang Yu. The Moongazer serpent's giant body was like a cultivation planet. As its countless tentacles swayed, its angry roars echoed across the star system. When Wang Lin saw Wang Yu, his body couldn't help but tremble. This tremble came from an ancient god. 3 chapters of 8,000 words. He really couldn't write anymore. His body wasn't good to begin with, and he only woke up at noon today. He was exhausted. He had also fallen out of the top 10 on the monthly votes list. He was very depressed. Yesterday he was still fourth, but today he was out of the top 10. Alas, if everyone likes the novel, please vote for the Renegade Celestial. September is the lowest month for the Renegade Celestial. If you like the Renegade Celestial, please vote for me. Chapter 921. The shock from his original ancient god body caused Wang Lin's eyes to light up. The ancient god's stars between his eyebrows were almost faintly discernible. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed this shock. The ancient god's stars also no longer flashed. Staring at Wang Yu, who was swaying her tentacles, Wang Lin was extremely shocked. Back then, when I borrowed Wang Yu to escape the Yao family's pursuit and hid inside her body, I felt that someone from the Luo Tian clan had designs on Wang Yu. What kind of person could expel Wang Yu and send her to the Alliance as a treasure? Could it be him? Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air, and the figure he had seen twice appeared in his mind. The first time was when Shimizu battled Blood God. The second time was when he sealed the 108 celestial empresses and tore open a passage between two star systems. At this moment, the giant wood before Wang Yu was getting closer and closer. As the shockwave spread out, the large amount of cultivators behind Wang Lin began to cheer. Almost at the same time, these cultivators all flew forward. Wang Lin hesitated for a bit before charging toward the giant wood. This giant wood was too big. It didn't look small from afar. As he got closer, he felt the powerful impact and also the powerful pressure. Countless cultivators stood on various kinds of magic treasures and followed closely behind the giant tree. There were also cultivators on the giant wood, but not many could stand on the giant wood, less than 100 people. The ones standing at the front were the Zhan family ancestor, Li Yunzi, and the Shengong family ancestor. The two of them stood at the head of the giant wood with their hands behind their back. Their robes moved without any wind, their gazes were like lightning, and their expressions were cold. Behind them were the remaining cultivators. Most of them were from the 108 celestial empresses, and there were some that Wang Lin hadn't seen before. However, from the fluctuations of origin energy coming from their bodies, he could tell that their cultivation levels weren't weak. They were all at the peak of the corporeal yang stage. Among these people, there were more than 10 Nirvana Scryer cultivators. Apart from these people, there were 3 others who caught Wang Lin's attention. One of them was sitting cross-legged on the right side of the giant tree. This person was wearing a black robe and had a head full of white hair. There were several scars on his face, and these scars were extremely strange. They weren't static, but they were slightly wiggling. At first glance, one would definitely suck in a breath of cold air. The instant Wang Lin's gaze fell on the old man seemed to have sensed it. His eyes shone brightly, and when he met Wang Lin's gaze, a cold smile appeared on his face. The other person that caught Wang Lin's attention was a woman. This woman was as beautiful as a peach in spring and as pure as a chrysanthemum in autumn. She was about 30 years old and her eyes were filled with spirit. Her eyebrows were slender, her nose was straight, and there were faint dimples on her cheeks. Her skin was extremely white, her nose was taller than most women, and there was a hint of blue in her eyes. She was standing on the giant tree and was wearing a pale green palace dress with a layer of golden gauze draped over it. There were purple patterns on the wide hem of her dress, and some of her black hair was simply tied up. The rest hung down her neck, and there was a small red gem on her forehead that perfectly decorated her. The woman was extremely beautiful. She didn't wear any makeup, but her skin was like the morning sun reflecting the snow. It could be said that her skin was as white as jade and as beautiful as the moon. Perhaps it was because the giant tree was too fast, causing some wind to blow by, causing the beautiful woman's gauze to flutter behind her. She looked like a celestial. Seeing Wang Lin's gaze, the woman smiled gracefully. However, this smile contained a sense of nobility that couldn't be violated. The last person was a young man. He was wearing a white satin robe, and there were 3 bamboo flutes floating in front of him that emitted a strange sound. From afar, the sound of the flutes seemed to be corporeal, creating an illusion around the young man that could cause one's mind to be lost in it. The young man didn't even look at Wang Lin's gaze. He just sat there with his eyes closed and a proud expression on his face. The reason these three people caught Wang Lin's attention was because Wang Lin couldn't see through their cultivation. As Wang Lin was observing the people on the giant tree, many cultivators were also looking at Wang Lin. With Wang Lin's fame in the Luo Tian, these people only needed a glance to immediately recognize who Wang Lin was. Not to mention the roar of the flying tiger behind Wang Lin. Along the way, they had seen some all-heaven teams following the giant tree, but they were only a few dozen people. Moreover, they were scattered all over the place, looking extremely pathetic. Right now, the group that Wang Lin had gathered was actually a few hundred people. This scene caused all the cultivators outside the giant tree to look at Wang Lin. It was obvious that the reason there were so many cultivators here was because of Su Mu's existence. Thunder Celestial Su Mu. He's Su Mu, the one who suppressed everyone in the celestial bestowal battle. Even Su Ting from planet Donglin had to admit defeat before him. In the end, he was awarded the title of Thunder Celestial. I just don't know if this Su Mu is qualified to step onto the giant tree. Everyone's gazes gathered on Wang Lin. Many of them hadn't seen Wang Lin before. Their impression of Wang Lin was only at the time of the celestial bestowal battle, when they saw him through the voice transmission stones on their cultivation planets. Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all under everyone's gazes. He was very calm. Su Mu, come to the old man's side. Li Yunzi naturally saw Wang Lin. The coldness on his face melted and he revealed a smile. Wang Lin nodded and charged toward the giant tree. The impact of the giant tree created a powerful resistance that made Wang Lin feel like he was floating in the clouds. After he noticed this, his expression remained calm and the origin energy in his body slowed down until it was almost motionless. However, the next moment it erupted like crazy. The origin energy in his body went from motionless to a peak in an instant. This moment of stillness and movement caused a powerful aura to erupt from Wang Lin's body. This caused the space he was in to rumble as if it was going to collapse. Boom! As the violent rumble echoed, the space around Wang Lin began to distort. All the gazes on him collapsed and he calmly walked forward. Without any obstruction, Wang Lin walked toward the giant tree and stepped onto it. At this instant, the eyes of all the cultivators outside the giant tree narrowed. Although they knew how powerful Wang Lin was, seeing it with their own eyes still shocked them. Wang Lin didn't know that being able to step onto the giant tree represented a very noble status. As long as one thought they were qualified, they could try to step onto the giant tree. However, in the end, there were far too few people who were able to reach the top. Even among the 100 or so people on the giant tree, most of them had used magic treasures and great divine abilities. They had only managed to reach the top after a great deal of effort. Even so, none of the surrounding cultivators dared to show any disdain. Anyone who could step onto the giant tree was a powerful cultivator. However, at this moment, the shock in the hearts of the surrounding cultivators set off a huge wave when Wang Lin entered. Wang Lin had simply been too calm when he stepped onto the giant wood. He didn't look embarrassed at all. Along the way, aside from Li Yunzi and the Shengong family ancestor, only 3 people had been able to step onto the giant wood so easily. Wang Lin was the 4th person. Thunder Celestial Su Mu is indeed worthy of his name. In an instant, similar thoughts appeared in the hearts of all the surrounding cultivators. The moment Wang Lin stepped onto the giant tree, the gazes of the 100 people on the giant tree all fell on Wang Lin. Their gazes were all different. Some of them had participated in the celestial competition and admired Wang Lin a lot. Others hadn't seen Wang Lin before, but at this moment, their hearts trembled. They finally understood how powerful Wang Lin was. There was also the young man in white with 3 bamboo flutes. He suddenly opened his eyes and carefully looked at Wang Lin. He nodded slightly but didn't speak. The smile on the woman's face became even wider. As for the old man in black, his gaze toward Wang Lin was a bit different. The three of them had high cultivation levels and had all reached the late stage of nirvana scryer. Their eyesight was much better than others, so they could immediately see that Wang Lin's action was extraordinary. During this moment, not only did origin energy erupt, but there was also a hint of law. The three of them were very clear on this, so they naturally valued Wang Lin. Although they knew that Wang Lin's cultivation level was lower than theirs, they still considered Wang Lin a cultivator on the same level as them. After all, there weren't many nirvana scryer cultivators who took the initiative to comprehend law. In the cultivation world, strength was everything. If you wanted to obtain the recognition of others, you had to reach the same level. Standing beside Li Yunzi, Wang Lin respectfully clasped his hands and said, "Su Mu greets Senior Li Yunzi." With that, Wang Lin turned around and clasped his hands at the Shengong family ancestor. Li Yunzi faintly smiled. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. Wang Yu, who had been following the giant wood with countless swaying tentacles, suddenly trembled and let out a violent roar as if it had gone crazy. Its eyes were filled with confusion and clarity as it stared at Wang Lin on the giant wood. Its roar became even louder until it was almost a roar. The powerful sonic boom spread across the stars and caused the expressions of the cultivators outside the giant wood to change greatly. Their minds were shaken. Wang Lin turned around and coldly looked at Wang Yu. Being recognized by Wang Yu wasn't a surprise to Wang Lin. He understood Wang Yu very well, and it had a deep memory of things that made it angry. Wang Lin had obviously provoked Wang Yu twice, so it naturally remembered Wang Lin. In its rage, the moongazer serpent was about to charge over. Its tentacles extended like crazy toward the giant tree. Li Yunzi frowned and his right hand reached at the void. A crack appeared in the void and a green jade flew out. This jade was very ordinary, there was nothing special about it. After Li Yunzi grabbed it, he threw it at the moongazer serpent. The jade was too fast and closed in on the moongazer serpent in an instant. The moongazer serpent let out a roar and the jade collapsed. However, the moment it collapsed, a thunderous roar echoed. Sun Yunwu. This voice was extremely strange and complex. No cultivator knew what it meant. Only Wang Lin's heart trembled. This voice was the language of the ancient gods. After understanding the meaning, even with Wang Lin's mental fortitude, his expression couldn't help but change. Chapter 922. Continue forward. After destroying the star system under the rain's celestial realm, I'll gift you a body. I'll help you escape. This was the message expressed in the language of the ancient god. The confusion in the moongazer serpent's eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by sobriety. Its roar slowly calmed down and it actually surpassed the giant tree and charged forward. From afar, the moongazer serpent's huge body and countless tentacles swayed. It was like a boundless, dark cloud that shrouded the stars. As it moved forward, it created a howl that was no weaker than the giant tree in the sky. Li Yunzi looked at Wang Lin. He was a bit suspicious about the change in Wang Lin's expression after the sound of the jade shattering. Wang Lin had cultivated for 1,000 years and was very cunning. He wryly smiled and said, "I didn't expect this beast to hold a grudge. Back then, I only used it to avoid the Yao family, but now that it sees me, it still remembers." Li Yunzi nodded and said, "Once this battle is over, don't forget to come find me to see the other battle scrolls." Wang Lin's expression was respectful and he said, "Junior understands." The Shengong family ancestor originally didn't speak, but at this moment, he suddenly said, "Su Mu, bring Shengong Hu's Dao over." Wang Lin silently pondered, and a moment later, he hit his forehead without hesitation. Shengong Hu's Dao flew out and was caught by the Shengong family ancestor. After taking a look at it, He put it away and no longer paid attention to Wang Lin. Instead, he looked ahead with his hands behind his back. Wang Yu led the way. She was too fast, and the countless tentacles wrapped around any alliance cultivator they encountered. The moment they touched them, they let out miserable screams as their bodies withered and turned into dry corpses. When the corpses fell, Luo Tian cultivators flew over to take their bags of holding and treasures. The towering tree sped along behind Wang Yu, heading straight for the northern region of the alliance. The speed of the Moongazer serpent and the giant tree was extremely fast, far surpassing the speed of a cultivator's magic treasure. It was comparable to teleportation. As they moved forward, the sonic booms continued to echo. At this moment, a great battle was unfolding in the northern region of the Alliance. Originally, the Alliance cultivators had a great advantage under the leadership of one of the four masters, Black Fiend Devil Saint. They had destroyed the western region, causing a large amount of Luo Tian cultivators to die. They had also cut off their escape route, so the Luo Tian cultivators in the north were all alone. As a result, the Alliance's chances of winning the first battle between the two territories were the highest. However, Master Flamespark's desperate counterattack with the 18 Lu Fu immediately reversed the situation in the northern domain. The Alliance cultivators were affected by the Lu Fu, but this wasn't the main point. The main point was that the isolation of the western region had been broken by the towering tree. As a result, the Alliance cultivators would no longer be alone. They only needed to hold on for a while until reinforcements arrived. Then the Luo Tian side would have a great advantage in this battle. Black Fiend Devil Saint's expression was gloomy. How could he let Master Flamespark do as he wished? However, his opponent, Blood God, was someone with a very high cultivation level. Their battle was earth-shattering, and the sounds of spells colliding echoed across the stars. This caused a large amount of fluctuations, and any cultivator affected would immediately die. Fellow cultivators, don't wait to see this lord make a fool of himself. Make your move. Black Fiend Devil Saint Riley smiled as he waved his right hand and a fishy wind appeared. He waved his hand and the endless fishy wind turned into a giant whale. He let out a roar and the whale mercilessly inhaled. Suddenly, all the origin energy in space was sucked into the giant whale that the Black Fiend Demon Venerate had turned into. He suddenly attacked the Blood God. At the same time, a pillar of purple light descended from the sky. There was no end to this pillar of light. It was as if it had appeared out of nowhere. A long laugh came from within the pillar of light, and a person walked out from it. This person was middle-aged, wore a yellow robe, and was very handsome. The moment he walked out, 2 giant dragons appeared around him and roared. "Master Flamespark, I have long heard of your name. Old Man, the newly advanced Alliance cultivator, Cloud Dragon Demon Saint." Master Flamespark's eyes lit up, but he didn't attack. However, the 3 ancestors of the cultivation families with inheritances from the celestial realm stepped out and charged at Cloud Dragon Demon Saint. The 4 masters of the Alliance are all at the mid-stage of Nirvana Shatterer. Blood God's cultivation is unfathomable, so he can fight one of them. As for the other 3, they are at the early stage of Nirvana Shatterer, so they will need to work together to barely win. However, none of them are the strongest in this battle. Master Flamespark's eyes lit up, but he didn't look at the yellow-robed Cloud Dragon Demon Saint. Instead, he looked at the void and calmly said, "The 4 masters of the Alliance have never acted alone. Ji Xiantian, why hide?" As Master Flamespark spoke, he took a step forward and appeared next to the 18 Lu Fu. His finger mercilessly pointed forward. A burst of sharp laughter echoed across the star domain. Countless cracks appeared where Master Flamespark's finger pointed. A jade-white, dazzling palm came out and collided with Master Flamespark's finger. Bang! The entire northern region trembled. Killing intent flashed across Master Flamespark's eyes, and he immediately retreated a few steps. A figure was also knocked back by the crack. It looked like a woman, and as she retreated, she let out a sharp scream. "Master Flamespark, you still have the face to come back?" This voice was too sharp and harsh, and it contained an unimaginable fluctuation of origin energy. As it echoed, all the Luo Tian cultivators trembled. Some of them coughed out blood as their origin energy left their bodies, and they immediately died. Even one of the 18 Lu Fu in the sky immediately collapsed with a loud bang. Endless origin energy came from all directions, from the collapsing cultivators, and even from the collapsing Lu Fu. It was all sucked into the figure that looked like a woman. "Ji Xiantian, I haven't seen you in many years. You're still as neither a man nor a woman as before." Master Flamespark's expression was calm as he waved his right sleeve. An endless sea of fire appeared and formed a powerful force. The Luo Tian cultivators were pushed 100,000 feet away by this force. Although it was 100,000 feet away, it was still within the range of the Lu Fu. As a result, the battle began. A large amount of Alliance cultivators and Luo Tian cultivators began a life-and-death battle. This was a chaotic battle. If one was a bit careless, their bodies would collapse and their origin souls would be destroyed. Originally, the Luo Tian side was no match for the Alliance cultivators. After all, they were still in a state of shock and had been waiting for the right moment. However, with Luo Fu's help, all of this immediately returned to balance. As a result, the battle became even. However, if one looked closely, the Alliance still had the advantage. Bursts of light from magical treasures spread out. In this chaotic battle, there were casualties on both sides. In the distance, an Alliance cultivator coughed out blood and quickly retreated. However, before he could retreat 100 feet, his chest was pierced by a sword. Just as his origin soul flew out, it was surrounded by the fluctuations of spells and directly collapsed. Before them, 3 Luo Tian cultivators' eyes were bloodshot. They activated their cultivation like crazy and controlled their magical treasures to use spells. However, just at this moment a ray of light closed in. The 3 of them trembled violently and died one by one. The ray of light turned into a person in the distance. This person's eyes were gloomy as he licked his lips and was about to continue escaping. However, at this moment, a ray of blood light surrounded him, and he screamed miserably. The cultivator's body turned into a pool of blood. This was where the Blood Ancestor and Black Fiend Devil Saint were fighting. Every time a cultivator from either side died, the blood in that person's body would rush up and enter the 17 Lu Fu. Some of the nascent souls would be seriously injured and would be sucked into the 17 Lu Fu as they struggled to break free from their bodies. Almost every moment, there were cultivators dying. There were tens of thousands of cultivators gathered here, and this battle was heaven-shaking. Blood flowed like a river, and the Lu Fu was sucked in. The light and darkness of the boundless magic treasures were inextinguishable. The roars and roars, coupled with the mournful cries before death, caused this place to seem like a land of death. Large amounts of blood and origin souls were sucked into the 17 Lu Fu, making it even more demonic. As the battle between the two sides became even more intense, thunderous rumbles echoed and countless rifts appeared. However, the cold wind that came from the rifts couldn't extinguish the battle between the tens of thousands of cultivators. Instead, it made this chaotic battle even more intense. At the center of the battlefield, Master Flamespark's body was covered in monstrous flames. From afar, it looked like half of the star system was illuminated by the flames. Ji Xiantian was surrounded by endless cold energy, and crackling sounds echoed. This sound wasn't loud, but everyone on the battlefield could hear it clearly. As the crackling sounds echoed, countless glaciers shot into the sky. At a glance, Ji Xiantian was surrounded by countless glaciers. They were like swords that pierced into the sky to fight against Master Flamespark. Master Flamespark, I let you escape tens of thousands of years ago. Today, there's no need for Master Zhongxian to appear. I can kill you here and now. Ji Xiantian's sharp voice was like an ice blade that contained endless coldness and killing intent. This Ji Xiantian looked like a charming woman, but in reality, his chest was flat. Although his throat was small, there was a knot in it. It was obvious he was a man. Master Flamespark's eyes were calm as he raised his right hand and reached at the void. The surrounding origin energy gathered like crazy and formed a white fireball in his palm. He stared at Ji Xiantian and slowly said, "When the old man left, he said that if he ever came back, he would destroy the Cultivation Alliance. He didn't care about the blood that would flood the sky after my death." At this moment, in the western region of the Alliance, Wang Yu was in front and the giant wood was behind her. They were getting closer and closer to the northern region. Wang Lin, who was on the giant wood, looked ahead. When he looked at Wang Yu, his eyes were filled with uncertainty. Ancient godchild. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. Chapter 923. In the northern part of the Alliance, Master Flamespark didn't throw the white fireball but mercilessly squeezed it. With a bang, the fireball collapsed and turned into countless fire phoenixes that charged at Ji Xiantian. Ji Xiantian let out a sharp laugh and threw his arms forward. The endless ice blades that appeared behind him trembled and shot forward with a thunderous rumble. The two of them didn't stop and continued to use their spells. Origin energy fluctuations spread across the star system as if the world was being reversed. The entire northern part was in chaos. Master Flamespark's eyes lit up and he waved his right hand. Several Celestial Realm fragments flew out and he shouted, "Celestial Realm Wheel." As soon as he said that, the fragments of the Celestial Realm that floated around him immediately let out a loud rumble. Then, they began to revolve around each other, and a storm suddenly arose. As the storm swept by, all the surrounding cultivators were forced to retreat. Ji Xiantian's expression was gloomy as he pointed at the sky and shouted, "Law of Ice." In an instant, endless cold energy spread out from his right hand like crazy. A thunderous rumble echoed as countless glaciers appeared and quickly spread toward Master Flamespark. Ice! Ji Xiantian's eyes were filled with killing intent as he pointed at Master Flamespark. At this instant, a powerful, cold aura suddenly appeared around Master Flamespark. This cold aura contained its own law, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a large layer of ice that trapped Master Flamespark inside. Just at this moment, a moongazer serpent's roar came from the distance. It turned into countless sonic booms. This moongazer serpent's roar shook the world, causing the starry sky to tremble. This scene caused the expressions of everyone on the Alliance's side to change. Black Fiend Devil Saint and Cloud Dragon Demon Saint, who were battling Blood God and company, immediately became gloomy and retreated. Ji Xiantian let out a cold snort and his eyes lit up. He didn't retreat but took a step toward Master Flamespark, who was trapped in the ice. The moment he closed in, his right hand pressed down on the ice without any hesitation. At this moment, a destructive force charged into the ice. It stacked together in a strange way to form a shockwave that shot toward Master Flamespark. Just at this moment, inside the ice, Master Flamespark's eyes revealed a flash of coldness. He let out a laugh and the cultivation he had been hiding erupted like crazy. His late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivation increased infinitely until it reached an unimaginable level. You broke through. Ji Xiantian's expression changed greatly and he retreated without hesitation. The layer of ice trapping Master Flamespark began to crackle and cracks appeared. In the blink of an eye, the ice collapsed into countless pieces and scattered in all directions. Master Flamespark laughed as he took a step and merged with the world. However, he didn't move forward, but the moment he merged with the world, his origin energy spread out like crazy. At this moment, all the origin energy in the world began to fluctuate violently. This directly affected spatial bending. At the same time, Master Flamespark's hand formed a seal and a red fire spread out like crazy. It was like a roaring fire dragon and blocked Ji Xiantian's path of retreat. Shortly after, Master Flamespark spat out a mouthful of essence origin energy that landed on the rotating celestial realm fragment. The celestial fragment trembled and its rotation speed increased by more than 10 times. Charged out and trapped Ji Xiantian inside. The storm formed by the rotation howled and Ji Xiantian's expression became even more gloomy. He pushed his hand forward and a large amount of origin energy gathered. However, just as he was about to escape, Master Flamespark stepped forward and a large amount of fire appeared around his body. With a point of his finger, the fire surrounded the storm and fused with it. This made the storm look like a fire dragon. Just at this moment, in the distance, Wang Yu's giant body suddenly closed in as if she was teleporting. The countless tentacles swayed, making Wang Yu look extremely ferocious. Bursts of roars echoed. At this moment, the cultivators of both sides stopped fighting and scattered. They stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before them. Black Fiend Devil Saint only took one look at Wang Yu before his scalp went numb. He bitterly smiled and quickly retreated. As for the Cloud Dragon Demon Saint, his eyes widened and revealed a look of disbelief. Ji Xiantian was startled and all the origin energy in his body surged like crazy in an attempt to break out. However, how could Master Flamespark let him? Master Flamespark opened his arms and his origin energy turned into a sea of fire that trapped Ji Xiantian. In the distance, the giant tree followed closely behind Wang Yu. This tree was too big, and as Wang Yu moved forward, it changed direction and charged directly at Ji Xiantian, who was trapped by Master Flamespark. Before the giant tree even closed in, a mysterious force shrouded the world. Thunderous rumbles echoed endlessly and it became faster and faster. Ji Xiantian's pupils shrank. He couldn't escape in a short period of time. At this moment of crisis, his hands formed a seal and he pointed forward several times. Every time he pointed, a blue vortex would appear. In an instant, 13 vortexes appeared around him that were as blue as the ocean. After these vortexes appeared, they immediately enlarged and entered Ji Xiantian's body. When the first vortex entered, a blue light appeared around Ji Xiantian's body. After the Sure San vortex entered his body, Ji Xiantian gave off a dazzling blue light. A layer of blue light appeared around him. This was Ji Xiantian's power of law. The limit of ice was blue. Ji Xiantian had only condensed the Sure San's blue light in his life. He always believed that if he could condense the Sure San's blue light into one, he might be able to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. The moment Ji Xiantian's Sure San's blue light appeared, the giant tree closed in. It was impossible to describe the scene of the gigantic tree closing in. At this moment, everything seemed to come to a standstill, as if everything had vanished. The only thing that existed was the gigantic tree, and its momentum, which seemed to be able to destroy anything that stood in its path. No person, no treasure, no object, not even a cultivation planet could stop the impact of the giant tree or damage it at all. This giant tree was able to support the descent of the ancient celestial realm. At this moment, even space itself was going to collapse before it. The giant tree closed in with an unimaginable impact. It was as if it was going to poke a hole through space itself. In an instant, it closed in on the rotating storm that Master Flamespark was using to trap Ji Xiantian. It was very simple. There was nothing fancy about it. There wasn't even the light of a divine ability. The 30,000-meter tall tree directly collided with the rotating fragment of the celestial realm. Bang! One of the fragments collapsed, and the collapse of the fragment quickly spread. In almost an instant, the fragments that collided with the giant tree all collapsed. The collapse of the fragments was no weaker than the collapse of a cultivation planet. Countless fragments were pushed back and landed on Ji Xiantian, who was trapped inside. The endless impact turned into a thunderous roar that spread in all directions. The blue light around Ji Xiantian's body flashed violently. The moment the fragments collapsed, the giant tree collided with Ji Xiantian. Bang! Ji Xiantian's body trembled and one layer of the blue light around him collapsed. It wasn't over. The moment the giant tree collided, an endless impact charged out from the giant tree. It was like a huge wave that charged into Ji Xiantian's body. Bang 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 bang! The blue light around Ji Xiantian collapsed one by one. In almost an instant, 60% of the blue light around him collapsed. His entire body retreated uncontrollably, and he retreated rapidly. This retreat was caused by the impact of the giant tree. It could even be said that this retreat was completely pushed by the giant tree. At the same time, the moment the giant tree collided, there was a flash of killing intent in Master Flamespark's eyes. Flames gathered around his body, and he mercilessly pressed down on Ji Xiantian. When the flames closed in, another 30% of the blue light around Ji Xiantian collapsed. Ji Xiantian's eyes were filled with terror. All of this happened too fast. In almost an instant, 9 layers of blue light had collapsed. At this moment of life and death, Ji Xiantian was about to escape. At this moment, the Shengong family ancestor and Li Yunzi both took a step forward. Their spells descended and turned into endless power that landed on Ji Xiantian's body. Ji Xiantian was being attacked by 3 powerful cultivators, including Master Flamespark, Li Yunzi, and the Shengong family ancestor. Master Flamespark's cultivation level was even higher than Ji Xiantian's. Under this kind of attack, Ji Xiantian was almost scared out of his wits. However, he was, after all, an old monster that had been famous for tens of thousands of years. Although this was a crisis, it wouldn't be easy for him to die here. Under this moment of crisis, Ji Xiantian let out a roar and his eyes were filled with decisiveness. The remaining 4 layers of blue light around his body suddenly exploded. The thunderous rumble was heaven-shaking. When the 4 layers of blue light exploded, Li Yunzi was knocked back, and the Shengong family ancestor was also knocked back. Even Master Flamespark hesitated for a moment before letting out a sigh and retreating. Even if he could kill Ji Xiantian, he would be injured. As a result, he would be at a disadvantage in the Alliance star system. After knocking away the 3 powerful cultivators, Ji Xiantian's face turned pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He borrowed the power of the explosion to quickly retreat and shouted, "Master Flamespark, if I don't get my revenge, this old man swears he's not a human." Behind him was where the Moongazer serpent was. As Ji Xiantian retreated, he reached at the void and a crack appeared. He didn't care if he would be lost if he entered the crack or not. He stepped forward and was about to enter. At this moment, Wang Lin was also standing on the giant wood, but he was a bit far away from Ji Xiantian. He was also affected by the impact just now, so the origin energy in his body was unstable. He stared at the rapidly retreating Ji Xiantian and then at Master Flamespark. He clenched his teeth, pointed forward, and shouted, "Stop!" Chapter 924. With just one word, the origin energy inside Wang Lin's body entered the void through his fingertip. This time, Wang Lin didn't use the little celestial origin energy he had left. He only used the origin energy inside his body. It was as if there were countless strands in the void. The moment Ji Xiantian stepped into the rift, they wrapped around him. At this moment, Ji Xiantian was at his weakest. The 4th layer of the Sure Sand had collapsed, so he had to quickly leave this place and find a place to heal. If he stayed here, he would without a doubt die. He was a decisive person. He had exploded 4 layers of the blue light in order to get a chance to escape. He was going to report the fact that Master Flamespark's cultivation level had surpassed the late stage of Nirvana Shatter to Master Zhongxian. Master Flamespark's cultivation level is definitely not at the 3rd step, but it is far beyond the late stage of Nirvana Shatter. This person should have reached the peak of the 2nd step. Ji Xiantian was about to step into the crack, but at this moment, He felt countless invisible threads coiling around his body. His right foot couldn't help but slow down a bit. If it was any other time, he wouldn't even need to care about this bit of entanglement. With just one move, the strands would collapse. Just the rebound force alone would be enough to destroy the caster. However, at this moment of crisis, even if he slowed down a bit, the impact would be unimaginable. Ji Xiantian's expression changed greatly. Master Flamespark was startled for a moment, but his eyes shined with ecstasy. He closed in on Ji Xiantian without any hesitation, and his right hand pressed down on Ji Xiantian's body, forcing him out of the rift. The moment Ji Xiantian's body was forced out, the Moongazer serpent opened its mouth and mercilessly swallowed. All of this happened too fast. The moment Ji Xiantian was forced out, the Moongazer serpent arrived. Ji Xiantian let out a roar and was devoured by the Moongazer serpent. The moment the stop art landed on Ji Xiantian, Wang Lin's body trembled, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. It was as if he had been hit by a powerful force and quickly retreated. The origin energy in his body almost collapsed. His cultivation level was too different from Ji Xiantian's, so he was affected by the rebound force. Popping sounds came from his body as he coughed out a large amount of blood mist. As he retreated, Wang Lin let out a miserable roar. Senior Master Flamespark, Jr. has done his best. The reason he did this was to increase his weight before Master Flamespark and company. He wanted Master Flamespark to owe him a big favor. At the same time, it was also a proof that he had obtained the full protection of Luo Tian. This was a solid proof of loyalty. With this contribution, no matter when and no matter what happened, Wang Lin would be the most outstanding hero in the war between the two star areas. No one could erase this and no one could forget it. If the Luo Tian didn't do anything after Wang Lin was killed, it would have a very bad influence on the Luo Tian side. Who else would give their all in this war? Moreover, he had already calculated all of this. With his cultivation and the body of an ancient god, if the other party was in peak condition, perhaps the rebound force would be able to kill him. But at this moment, the other party was heavily injured and was hurriedly fleeing. Even if his interference failed, he wouldn't be killed by the rebound force. Sometimes, when there is no path ahead, you need to gamble and find a path. At this moment, Wang Lin was fighting to find a path for himself. In truth, Wang Lin was right. If he didn't have the ancient god body, he would have collapsed and died. However, with the ancient god body and Ji Xiantian at his weakest, he was only injured. As Master Flamespark laughed, his body flickered and he charged at Wang Lin. In an instant, he arrived next to Wang Lin's retreating body. His right hand reached out and landed on Wang Lin's back. At this moment, an unimaginably large amount of origin energy came out from Master Flamespark's body and rushed into Wang Lin's body. It immediately stabilized Wang Lin's origin energy and removed his injuries. In addition, the large amount of origin energy that entered Wang Lin's body was cut off by Master Flamespark and remained inside Wang Lin's body. At this moment, Wang Lin felt the origin energy in his body increase greatly. His origin soul opened its eyes and continued to absorb origin energy. A powerful feeling rose like crazy. In the end, his cultivation almost reached the peak of the early stage of Nirvana Scryer. As long as he comprehended enough, he could directly reach the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer. This time, Master Flamespark didn't hold back at all and gave Wang Lin an unimaginably great fortune. It was too difficult to become a second-step cultivator. Aside from his domain, he also had to absorb enough origin energy. This would take too much time. Good. Master Flamespark withdrew his hand as he looked at Wang Lin and laughed. Su Mu, you have made a great contribution. This Ji Xiantian is the leader of the 4 Masters of the Cultivation Alliance. If we were to rank him, he would be ranked 9th in the Cultivation Alliance. The old man will remember your contribution. The Luo Tian star system will remember it. Master Flamespark's laughter contained a hint of refreshment. This Ji Xiantian was one of the enemies that hunted him back then. This turn of events caused the expressions of the surrounding cultivators to become strange. In particular, Li Yunzi and the Shengong family ancestor looked at Wang Lin differently. Li Yunzi's eyes revealed admiration, and he nodded at Wang Lin. The Shengong family ancestor had always been indifferent, but at this moment, he revealed a smile at Wang Lin. As for the other cultivators, the old man in black and the young man in white all had complicated gazes, but most of them were filled with admiration. If it was them, they wouldn't have been able to make up their minds to do this. There was also the woman in the palace dress. There was a hint of interest in her gaze toward Wang Lin. She was already a beautiful person, and now that she revealed this kind of gaze, it was extremely captivating. Su Mu, after this battle, the old man will not only return the Thunder Beast to you, but also give you a defensive treasure. I'll also give you a defensive treasure. With this treasure, aside from a few people in the Alliance star system, no one will be able to harm you. Master Flamespark laughed as he charged at Black Fiend Devil Saint and Cloud Dragon Demon Saint. Wang Lin's expression was calm as the origin energy inside his body cycled. He immediately felt his body become stronger, and he took a deep breath. His gamble just now had paid off. At this moment, the giant wood charged into the northern battlefield. The impact it created caused the Alliance cultivators to retreat. The scene of Ji Xiantian being devoured by Wang Yu shocked all the cultivators, and their battle intent weakened greatly. Wang Yu let out a roar and her tentacles swept by. Any cultivator that was touched by her tentacles would shriek miserably and be sucked dry. Wang Yu was too strong. Black Fiend Devil Saint and Cloud Dragon Demon Saint continued to retreat. Their minds were shaken, and they no longer had the will to continue fighting. Just as they were about to escape, an impact no weaker than the giant would suddenly spread out from the northern part of the star system. In the starry sky, there were many towers flying over in the shape of a cone. Each tower had close to 100 cultivators standing on it, and a powerful killing intent spread out in all directions. From a distance, the stars were filled with these towers. There were no less than 100 towers, and as they flew, they created sharp whistles. A powerful pressure came from the distance. Around the 100 towers were 4 large cultivation planets, and below those planets were 4 giants 10,000 feet tall. They were carrying the cultivation planets as they walked over. These 4 giants all had the mark of an axe between their eyebrows. They were members of the giant demon clan. There was a person floating on each of the cultivation planets carried by the 4 giant demon clan members. 3 of them were old men with white hair. From a distance, they all gave off the aura of celestials and gave off a sense of might without being angry. The last person was a woman. She wore a blue dress and her hair fell to her shoulders. She held an 8-leaf lotus in her right hand and her phoenix eyes were filled with killing intent as she stared ahead. The appearance of this group of Alliance cultivators immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators. The Alliance cultivators were all pleasantly surprised as they quickly retreated and gathered. On the Luo Tian side, Blood God and the other 3 ancestors with inheritances from the celestial realm stood there and coldly looked over. Master Flamespark took a step forward and waved his right hand. A sea of fire condensed before him and shot forward. At the same time, the Moongazer serpent let out a roar and its tentacles extended. As for the tens of thousands of Luo Tian cultivators around the giant wood, they all flew into the air and used their spells and treasures. A great battle was about to begin. Just at this moment, the woman in the blue dress calmly said, "I invite Senior Wudo-chan." At the instant he said this, a long laugh suddenly came from the distance. Black clouds filled the starry sky and surged over. A person stood in the clouds. He was middle-aged, had a square face, and wore a purple robe. He had a dignified appearance, and even without being angry, he gave off an awe-inspiring aura. As he closed in, endless black fog churned around him, and thunderous booms echoed in the air. Master Flamespark, I have long heard of your name. Today, do you dare to battle me, Wudo-chan? The middle-aged man's words were extremely domineering. The moment he spoke, the black fog under his feet charged toward Master Flamespark. Master Flamespark didn't have this person named Wudo-chan in his memories. It was obvious this person was someone new after he left the Alliance star system. However, Master Flamespark didn't underestimate Wudo-chan. The aura this person gave off made him extremely serious. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Master Flamespark's cold voice echoed as he took a step forward and merged with the black fog. The black fog suddenly rose to the top of the star system and began to churn violently. Bursts of fiery spells roared and popping sounds echoed. Seal this, Wang Yu. Immediately, the more than 100 conical pagodas around her began to emit ear-piercing whistling sounds as they increased their speed by 100 times. They were like sharp swords that charged forward, heading straight for the Moongazer serpent. Wang Lin secretly cursed. It looked like the Luo Tian was at a disadvantage in this battle. He quietly retreated on the giant tree, but he immediately felt a sharp gaze land on him. It was the woman in the blue dress. She looked at Wang Lin with a complicated gaze. The Luo Tian was in a tight spot, so Wang Lin urgently asked for monthly votes to save his life. He muttered, "That old man Ergen has already brought Wang Yu, so why are there still so few monthly votes? How will Wang benefit from the rest of the battle? Everyone, give Wang face and give him a monthly vote." This is the first time Wang has asked everyone for a monthly vote. This is not what that old man Ergen wants. Give Wang face. Wang will go to your house tonight to give you a great fortune. Chapter 925. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he looked at the woman in the blue dress and immediately withdrew his gaze. Wang Lin had never seen this woman before and didn't find her familiar. However, this woman's gaze made him a bit confused. Now was not the time to think about this. Wang Lin's expression didn't change as he continued to retreat. In the starry sky ahead, over 100 conical towers rushed over. They whistled through the air as if they were going to tear apart the world as they headed straight for the Moongazer serpent. These cone-shaped towers were like sharp swords that pierced through space. Wang Yu let out an angry roar and countless tentacles stretched out to wrap around the incoming towers. At this moment, one of the cone-shaped towers was the fastest, and it was immediately wrapped up by Wang Yu's tentacles. However, the moment they touched each other, the tower collapsed and turned into black powder that spread out. As for the Alliance cultivators on top of the pagoda, they had already leaped up and left the moment they arrived. Immediately afterward, more conical towers rumbled over with sharp whistling sounds. Most of them were entangled by the tentacles of the Moongazer serpent and exploded, turning into countless black fragments. As the black powder spread, the remaining conical towers became several times faster. They pierced through the black powder like flying swords and dodged the Moongazer serpent's attack. They pierced into the Moongazer serpent's body with intense whistling sounds. Bang! There was a loud bang as one of the cone-shaped towers pierced into Wang Yu. It immediately collapsed from the tip and cracks spread like crazy. In the blink of an eye, the entire tower was covered in cracks and collapsed into powder. Bang, 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 bang. Loud bangs continued to echo. The towers that weren't wrapped up by the tentacles all smashed into Wang Yu's body and turned into powder. During this process, Wang Yu continued to roar as if she had gone crazy and her tentacles swept the area. Some of the surrounding cultivators couldn't dodge in time and were killed. Seal! The voice of the woman in the blue dress was soft, but it clearly echoed across the stars. In an instant, all the black powder around the Moongazer serpent gave off a demonic glow. As it scattered, it formed a sphere that surrounded the Moongazer serpent. There was a large amount of blood light inside. At this moment, a shocking scene was unfolding on the nearly 100 cultivation planets the Cultivation Alliance had specially chosen. On one of the cultivation planets, almost all the cultivators on the planet were mobilized. Many demonic beasts were captured from their resting places and imprisoned in a very large formation on the planet. This formation was circular and covered a radius of 5,000 kilometers. There were no less than 10,000 demonic beasts inside. There was a large amount of cultivators floating in the sky outside the formation as if they were waiting for orders. Among them was a red-haired old man. His status was obviously very high, and everyone was surrounding him. Just as the voice of the woman in the blue dress echoed in the northern battlefield, it seemed to be able to penetrate the void and use a special spell to be heard by the people in the distance. In an instant, the red-haired old man's eyes lit up and he waved his right hand. With this wave, all the surrounding cultivators moved in an orderly fashion. They didn't hesitate to use spells and treasures to attack the tens of thousands of demonic beasts inside the formation. Miserable howls echoed out as a sea of blood appeared within the 5,000-kilometer spell formation. The spell formation began to rotate, as if it could absorb blood and souls. In the blink of an eye, the blood of the 10,000 demonic beasts was completely sucked dry. The same scene happened on nearly 100 other cultivation planets. This was one of the 10 great formations of the Cultivation Alliance, the Million Beast Bloodlock Formation. Those nearly 100 towers were made from a special material and a child formation. At this moment, as the millions of demonic beasts died, the large amount of black powder around Wang Yu in the northern region gave off a powerful smell of blood. This smell of blood was so strong that it could cause one's mind to tremble. Inside the blood energy, the black powder began to move strangely. In an instant, it solidified. In the blink of an eye, the moongazer serpent's giant body was completely sealed by a black earth-like substance. Outside the moongazer serpent, the black powder solidified into a giant ball, trapping the moongazer serpent inside. Only the muffled roars continued to reverberate through the starry sky. At this moment, the tens of thousands of Alliance cultivators that had jumped down from the towers charged at the Luo Tian with their treasures and spells. This scene shocked the Luo Tian cultivators. Li Yunzi and the Shengong family ancestor looked at each other and immediately flew off the giant tree. Li Yunzi waved his right hand and a large amount of origin energy gathered before him. The origin energy immediately turned into hundreds of small flags. He and the Shengong family ancestor were the two people with the highest status among the reinforcements of the Luo Tian side aside from the Xiang family elder and the man named Gongsun. Before the Xiang family elder and the man named Gongsun left, they had temporarily handed command over to Li Yunzi and the Shengong family ancestor. In particular, Li Yunzi had a very important mission on his back. He grabbed a portion of them and threw them to the side. He shouted, 72 Earth Celestials, take your cultivators and annihilate everyone from the Alliance. Order received. Dozens of people immediately flew out from the surrounding All-Heaven cultivators. These people were the Earth Fiends of the 108 Celestials. Although not all of them were here, they all held small flags and led their own cultivators to charge forward. They began a chaotic battle with the cultivators that had jumped down from the tower. In an instant, bursts of rumbles and endless light from treasures and spells echoed across the stars. As they flickered, a monstrous slaughter was set off. The Shengong family ancestor also grabbed dozens of small flags and threw them in all directions. He shouted, 36 Heaven Celestials, follow me to break the Moon Beast seal. As he spoke, he charged toward the seal that trapped the moongazer serpent. Behind him were a few dozen cultivators that immediately followed. Behind these people were their respective teams, and the big-headed boy was among them. Sumu, the four of you, protect the old man. Li Yunzi's gaze swept past Wang Lin, the woman in the palace dress, the old man in black, and the young man in white. Then he sat down on the giant wood. The wood trembled and actually stopped by force. It didn't continue to charge forward. After Li Yunzi sat down, his hands formed a seal and he pointed to between his eyebrows. In an instant, his origin soul flew out and the 3 battle invitations appeared around his origin soul. Li Yunzi's origin soul pointed at one of the battle invitations and sent out a rumbling divine sense message. As this divine sense spread out, one of the 17 blood-colored Lu Fu suddenly exploded. A blood-colored figure stepped out from within. This blood-colored figure was completely made of blood. After he appeared, he let out a roar and charged into the battlefield. At this moment, Blood God and company weren't idle. Black Fiend Devil Saint and Cloud Dragon Demon Saint immediately began battling Blood God and company. They opened up another battlefield among the stars, and it was difficult to tell who would win. The blood-colored figure was heading toward where Blood God and Black Fiend Devil Saint were battling. With him joining the battle, Black Fiend Devil Saint was in a sorry state and was forced to retreat. Li Yunzi's origin soul trembled and he immediately sat down to recover. Although his cultivation level wasn't as high as Master Flamesparks and company's, and he wasn't even as good as Blood God's, he was still very useful. Although the 18 Lu Fu didn't belong to the Zhan family, in the entire Luo Tian, only the Zhan family had the spell to control them. This spell couldn't be passed to outsiders, and only a few people in the Zhan family could use it. This spell came from the comprehension and a sliver of the inheritance from the battle scroll. Although this matter sounded complicated, it was a widely recognized secret in the Luo Tian star system. The Zhan family can't be allowed to touch the Lu Fu. However, this secret was revealed before the battle between the Luo Tian star system and the Alliance. Master Flamespark, the Xiang family elder, and the middle-aged man named Gongsun had personally decided that Li Yunzi would control the Lu Fu this time. Li Yunzi's origin soul had recovered a bit, so he didn't hesitate to point at another battle scroll. When his divine sense entered the battle scroll, it immediately turned into an incredible ripple that swept across the starry sky. One of the remaining 16 Lu Fu exploded with a boom, and countless drops of blood condensed, turning into a blood person once more. The blood person let out a heaven-shattering roar and charged toward where the Shengong family ancestor was fighting against the Moongazer serpent with the Big Dipper star. Among the Alliance cultivators, the woman in the blue dress frowned and pointed forward. A 10,000-foot-tall giant demon clan member let out a roar and charged forward. The cultivation planet he was carrying wasn't very big, only 1% the size of a normal cultivation planet. Even so, the giant demon clan member was insignificant compared to it. However, the giant demon clan member was very fast. As he charged forward, he mercilessly pushed the cultivation planet forward and closed in on the remaining 15 Lu Fu. There was an old man floating on the cultivation planet. His eyes lit up and he quickly closed in on the 15 Lu Fu along with the cultivation planet. However, the pressure from the 15 Lu Fu became stronger the closer they got. The old man's expression became serious as he quickly closed in. As for the giant demon clan member, he let out a roar and charged at Li Yunzi on the giant wood. Li Yunzi's origin soul floated there and was a bit dim. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Luo Hong, Zhou Xingtian, the two of you, quickly go protect the Lu Fu." You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.